You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Coming from the Toronto Star, no, you don't have a charter rights to sell magic mushrooms, Ontario judge tells fugitive behind Fun Guys dispensary chain.
Oh, do Canadians have a constitutional right to use and sell magic mushrooms? Consider a legal thought experiment. Many Canadians believe psychedelic substances such as psilocybin can be mind expanding, helping them explore new ways of thinking and creativity. But it's illegal to sell magic mushrooms under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Then again, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms gives all Canadians the rights to freedom of thought. And shouldn't the Charter trump the law?
Oh, yeah. And this is given to us by Mama Earth. So should we be told that we're not allowed to use what grows from our earth? That, at least, was the thinking behind the high-profile court gambit launched by Samir Akil, one of the now fugitives behind the Fun Guys dispensary chain, in an attempt to overturn Canada's drug laws. This was until this month when an Ontario judge gave Akil his answer. No, the charter does not give you the right to sell magic mushrooms.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to our VAC Roundtable. Today, we are going to be joined by a friend of the family, a friend of the our reality, somebody I've, been blessed to share workspace with, and somebody I greatly and deeply respect. Her name is Sabrina Fendrick. She has a very long and colorful background in cannabis, as well as policy. And I cannot thank you enough for joining us and our veterans today. And we will jump right into it as I change the view. Good job, Etienne. Yay. All right, Sabrina. So our first question is one that has many layers in the sense it's a simple question, but the answer probably comes from different parts of your life. So our first question is, when did you originally come to cannabis? And in that sense, it was, when did you first hear about it? And when did you get first turned on to it? And then when did you realize it was going to be a significant part of your life's work? So everybody, Sabrina Fendrick.
Hi, well, thank you for having me. First of all, it's an honor to be here, and that is quite the question. So I am happy to answer that. Let's see, when did I first come to cannabis? Well, and I was pondering that. I think probably the first time I ever heard of cannabis was during a DARE class. Yeah, I can't.
Where were you? Where was that class?
I was in third grade in Arlington, Virginia. And the police officer came in with his little briefcase, with the little samples of drugs and gave his big scary talk. And then we had to write essays, I guess, about why drugs are bad. And my essay came in second place. And I was like, oh, this whole program's bullshit. I don't believe a word that they say. Um, no, but I did come in second place. And yeah, so that was the first time I think I had heard of it. Um, Probably after that, hanging out with friends' older siblings. There were people would smoke it in high school. It was around a lot. I played a lot of sports, so I wasn't, I hadn't tried it first time I tried it, I was a sophomore in high school. So it was a long time between having first heard of it and then trying it. And it just was never in my orbit. My parents definitely did not consume ever, and nor did any family members. So yeah, we were doing, I was part of a theater after school theater group and the drama play that we were putting on for the county and all of the public county schools. So we would train every day after school for a couple of weeks, and then every school day we got to get off of school to give these performances to the different classes that would come by. But we would get out earlier than we normally would at school. And so the group of us would just would go over to one of our castmates' house, and that was the first time that I tried weed. It was this beautiful sunny day, and it was just a bunch of the castmates and crew members, and we gathered in this screened-in sunroom. So we were protected from the bugs, but we could smoke, and somebody rolled a blunt, and somebody else, and I cannot remember how they did this, but they built a gravity bong or some sort of smoking contraption out of a one of those office-sized water jugs. And and so we had those two things going, and I remember I did the water jug, and I was feeling great, and I was sitting on the couch just looking out, and the weather was perfect. And in Virginia, it's rare to have a perfect weather day. And so it was just, everything was wonderful. Someone passed me the blunt. I took a hit from the blunt, and I just remember thinking, wow, this is really awesome. This is pretty sweet. And walked home. It was like a 2-mile walk, but I didn't care because it was so pretty and I was so happy. And yeah, so but that didn't, it was just a great experience. That was part of my theatrical journey. It didn't really continue into the rest of my year. I didn't really find my passion for cannabis until I was in college, and I had a series of unfortunate events occur in my life that sort of led me to, at first, just appreciate the benefits of the plant and of smoking weed, and then to feel passionate about, or become informed and passionate about, ending prohibition. And the first one was after my freshman year of college, I was a social smoker. I never bought my own, but I would hang out with friends that all smoked weed, and I would partake regularly. My sophomore year, I developed a seizure disorder. And so I had moved off campus before the seizure disorder, and I lost my ability to drive for several months. And so it was just a really depressing, isolating experience. And a friend had left some weed after a party or something that I had thrown at the house, and I just decided to try it on my own because I'd never really done it by myself. And it just had the same sort of relief and um, benefits that I very much needed. And so that's when I decided to start buying my own weed. And that's when I think when I decided to start buying my own weed is when I officially like came to appreciate it for its strictly for its benefits for me and not as a social thing. I mean, I would do it socially, but um, it was like I had my own personal reasons for it. And then I got busted in college, or I'm still in college. I moved back on campus the following year and had just spent the summer in New York City where I was getting really good weed and, you know, increasing my passion for the plant and frustration when it with its inaccessibility. And that just started to really piss me off. But I never thought about it more. It was just an annoyance. And so then I had moved back on campus my junior year, and my roommate, who came from this very conservative um, Central Virginia town, was discovering a lot of things for the very first time, including marijuana, and it was when Facebook was brand new and it was only for college students, and it was not even for every college student. And so they just added this pictures application. Oh, now it's duh, but then it was a new thing. And so we started putting pictures up because we thought it was private. I mean, it was before social media, privacy, all that stuff. So, I mean, it was, you know, a very dumb mistake, but we put pictures up, and my friend was a police aide, and showed his friend the pictures, who then reported us to the campus police, who then showed up at 5 in the morning and insisted on searching my room and they started going through my drawers. And I had just taken a class that summer called Crime and Defendants Rights. So I had like some knowledge. I was kind of into it, but I was still feeling out what I really wanted to do. And so when they were going through it, I was like, I don't think you can do that, but I wasn't super sure. And then I was really pissed off that I wasn't super sure. Like I should fucking know that. And and then they threatened me and said, you know, well, we can do this and send you to judicial affairs, or we can call Newport News Police and they can come arrest you, blah, blah, blah. So I gave in and they found the weed, and I went to judicial affairs. Then they, I guess, reported us to Newport News Police anyway, who a week later came to our door, like 5 or 6 of them, and then insisted on searching the house. Less than a week later, an entire like drug vice SWAT team in full military gear shows up at our house, knocking on the door, insisting on getting let in, and somehow they're talking about cocaine was being dealt out of the house, and there was just some bullshit. I mean, it was insane. And that's sort of when I was like, what in the actual fuck? How is this such a big deal? Oh, and because I got in trouble with the school and judicial affairs, so I had to write an essay, and we got assigned books to read. And my roommate, who got us in trouble, was assigned the book Reefer Madness by Eric Schlosser, which is super random because as a punishment, I'm not sure if it was because the woman just was trying to subliminally get in there, or she just had no idea. I don't know. Because it's not even just about marijuana. It's
That's
just
so
about
bizarre. I've never heard of anybody during a bus recommending them Reefer Madness. Really? Wow.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Reefer Madness. And he had to write an essay on it. But my roommate, because I was getting increasingly frustrated, getting like fucked by these laws. Oh, and I had gotten busted for underage possession of alcohol. So I had to go through the probation and get drug testing. And so me not getting drug testing was like the final fucking straw. And so, like, this is some bullshit. I'm just trying to smoke some weed. I don't know why it's such a big fucking problem. And so I started getting really into it. So when my roommate got assigned that book, he was like, Sabrina, I think you might be interested in this. In the book, I was assigned for punishment to read. And I was like, really? Okay. And it blew my mind wide open and completely changed my life. And I changed my college senior thesis from propaganda surrounding the Second Iraq War, 9/11, and the Iraq War to reefer madness propaganda from 1937 to 2007, which was the year I graduated. And
Holy shit, that's a hell of a journey in cannabis, sister. But it's also, how many people have been busted for cannabis that was their final straw, right? And it was a catalyst for you, right? You saw the injustice and you're like, yeah, it's happened to me, it shouldn't happen to anybody else. And you put yourself into the game. So respect for that. Okay. Next up will be Council Member Mike Davis with our next question. Council Member.
That was an incredible story. Oh my God.
oh, thank you.
Yeah, especially, the reefer madness whole theme and oh my God. Um oh, yeah, so my question, I used to actually work a lot with diplomats too. And I heard a little bit about your, story and everything prior to coming on. And so you led kind of a little bit of a interesting, childhood growing up. So growing up as the daughter of US diplomats, you had a pretty global perspective early in life. So, with those experiences, how do you think that influence in your decision to challenge prohibition and eventually step into cannabis advocacy?
Well, as the years go on, I think it had a larger influence than I appreciated earlier in life. Um, really reflecting on it, it wasn't just growing up the daughter of diplomats, but it was where I was when I was an adolescent at that time. And I was in Paris when the Berlin Wall came down at the end of the Cold War and the lead up to it. Um, which was where a lot of the signings took place and negotiations. And my parents were at the U.S. Embassy, so um, everything about that was was pride and coalition building, um, which was just instilled to me as that's just what you do when you want to achieve a goal. Um, and so then my next the next overseas one that I experienced was post-apartheid South Africa. And it was my parents had been there in the 70s and early 80s trying to negotiate for Mandela's release from prison and to replace the apartheid system. And then we went back in 1997. So apartheid ended in 94. I believe 3 years after apartheid ended. So it was in the middle of this insane transition. Um, and I grew up learning all about Nelson Mandela and the fight to end apartheid because my parents had worked on that right before I was born, and we were going back there. So it was all like the whole story, the narrative was very familiar to me. And then when I had started playing soccer in the States, in Arlington and really liked it. But when I moved to South Africa, women didn't play soccer. There were no women's soccer teams, there was one women's league in Cape Town, and I moved to Johannesburg, and so it's over 1,000 miles away. So I ended up having to fight to get on, join a league. I tried out and I was able to make it, but it became, I was 12. I didn't realize how big of a deal it was going to be, but it became a whole big deal. And the local paper wrote an article about me and um, the challenge of me trying to find a league of my own, no pun intended, to play with and couldn't. And so, but it was like my only constant. I really wanted to play. And so experiencing just the reaction to my wanting to play soccer and it being from my teammates and from audience members and from other teams that I played who would scowl and hiss and say things. And so I witnessed these sort of injustices and geopolitical changes if from multiple lenses, personally and peripherally. But the lesson always was that when you see a wrong or you see an injustice, you fight it and you challenge it and you make it better. So just like with ending, the ending of the Cold War, the ending of apartheid, me playing soccer and trying to normalize women playing soccer in South Africa and in Johannesburg, I just, was what I was going to do. So I guess translating that whole perspective and mentality to when I experienced and witnessed the injustice of American prohibition, it was just a sort of natural step to challenge it and fight it.
Oh, wow. That's one hell of a journey. I mean, and through so many social justice issues, right? And you also, I guess it also helped you see that what you were experiencing was a social justice issue. And because you had been in a world of, well, we don't just talk about it, our family changes it. It makes sense that that would be a path that would naturally fall to you or towards you. All right, we got some follow-up questions. Michael Crowitz first. You're up.
Well, it just strikes me, when we first sort of crossed paths, I had already sort of switched gears a lot and was already working in Vienna, Austria on international stuff. But earlier, I had started that work in the grassroots movement. I talked to a lot of people. I talked to almost everybody I could in the grassroots movement about the international treaties and our U.S. Constitution and how we have to pay attention to this. And I would get this incredible response from grassroots, like hate for the treaties, like hate for the international, the world, the international, like one world government came up a lot. I'm just wondering, like, did you ever experience anything like that, or was that just like sort of compartmentalized in your life, so the grassroots movement really never talked to you about their thoughts about the diplomatic world?
I guess compartmentalization would be a good word. Yeah, my background as a Foreign Service brat didn't really come up a ton in my cannabis work. I mean, it's just so domestically focused. I and in those domestic focuses, everyone has their own opinions on that already. So, yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't say. I mean, no, the only one I have isn't from grassroots. It would be a story from my mom in Afghanistan. But again, that's from, the um, Foreign Service and Foreign Service work.
All right,
I don't
Mike.
know. I hope that answers your question.
Mike Davis, with your follow-up.
Yeah, not so much of a question, more of what I think more of an astute observation from what you were saying, which is more along the lines of, as us as veterans. I know I was active duty for like 15 years and traveled around the world too, and I think that from some of the stuff that you said is, as in living in your adolescent years, being abroad kind of exposed you to a lot of things that, say, most people in the United States kind of, they don't get to see. And, being from that perspective, and kind of things that are going on in this world, it sounds like, you are exposed to more empathetic things. And when you see those wrongs and you want to make those right, I think a lot of us are here in the Veterans Action Council because we've seen a lot of the wrongs and we want to make those right. And, that's important to us. And especially as veterans, a lot of us, do this out of selfless service. And, we are all volunteers because, we are trying to do things that are right, and and you're doing the same thing as well. And I think that it just is one of those things that from your story, from sharing that, putting that into perspective of just being out in the world and traveling and getting that experience, produces that empathy, because you don't get to see that from just sitting on the internet, or what I mean, clickbaiting. And it's important that people get out there and see what's really going on in the world, in order to affect real change and be empathetic towards people. Because that's kind of, I think we've kind of lost that in society and in the world. And that kind of is important. And that's what I really wanted to say. And yeah, so.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, people need to get out to other parts of the country than where they live and find that empathy.
Well, the cure to racism is traveling. Isn't that what Samuel Clemens said? All right, Nate Landau has a follow-up. Nate, you're recognized.
Uh, amazing background story I saw when you started promoting your book on LinkedIn, and I'm so fortunate that we get to interview you. My follow-up with question is, I'm just thinking of the context of the time. It was the mid 2000s. There was limited medical in California, Oregon, maybe a handful of states. We were definitely not where we were today. And sure, arrested gets you fed up and everything, but what gave you like the courage to believe that you could enhance a difference when the political system was still, both sides of the aisle was still very against cannabis? We were just getting out of the three strikes you're out era with Clinton. So just curious what gave you the courage that to go against such a big behemoth.
Great question. I don't know so much if it was courage or just blind ambition is the wrong word. But it was just something that I felt so deeply in my core. And I wasn't sure that I was going to do that as a job professionally. It was 11 months between the time I graduated college and got my job at Normal. And so in that time, I did some temp work for Marijuana Policy Project, stuffing envelopes, and applied to some of their jobs, and then applied to Normal. But I wasn't sure before that if that's where I was going to end up. I was just trying to, I mean, this was the spring of 2008 for context. So I just didn't know what was going to happen. And then when I saw that Normal was hiring and I applied there, and I got called back and I got offered the job, it was I didn't even think about it. It like truly felt like a dream job. And I was like, I'm gonna get paid to get down and dirty in the trenches and try to help change these laws and push this movement forward. And I'm like, how did I ever get so lucky? And my parents and a lot of friends were not as enthusiastic, and they said, that I would be blacklisted from other jobs and no one would want to hire me. And I was like, fuck that. I wouldn't want to work for anyone who wouldn't hire me because I wanted to legalize weed. So that's just gonna be a fact. And yeah, so I I guess you could call it turned into bravery, but I was just so enraged by my experience and then exponentially frustrated from my research and learning that the entire like basis of prohibition was bullshit, and that this was it. This was going to be the cause. This was my fight. People needed to stop getting arrested for it. People had a right to access it and use it. And I was going to do everything I could to make sure that people understood that. And yeah, so some of my friends distanced themselves from me because they went to work for government contractors or, certain members of Congress or whatever. And I, at the time, working in cannabis was controversial, especially normal. But yeah, I didn't. And I look back and I'm like, wow, I really, really didn't give a fuck. I was so young. And I'm glad I did it. It was definitely, if I'd known better, I guess you could have called it bravery.
Oh, that's well stated. I think we all find our voice and our space and our strength along the way, but you had a solid, backing from family, and then going into normal, of course, the fear and the, of shunning even, right? So, you know, you have to stand out on your voice, and that I think helps entrench you in your voice because you realize what you've done, how you've done it, and why you've done it. And you don't see, I think for a lot of us here, we get it. We see when that light comes on, you're like, yeah, fuck this bullshit. Because yeah, I wondered myself back in the early days of Can, was it bravery or stupidity? I think it was a bit of both. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had to have a foundation in some sort of activism to feel that I could at least speak my voice. And I
Yeah.
think your parents empowered you well there, but you just grew into your own and followed into your own, shoes, which is,
Yeah.
very, brave in its own self,
They had rather I go be a congressional staffer or something.
Of course,
My
go be
dad.
vanilla. Don't be chocolate.
Yeah.
Good thing
Yeah.
you've stuck with flavor. All right.
Hmm.
Next question will be Michael Crowitz. Because
Thank you.
continuing our discussion on the National Organization for Reform of Marijuana Laws.
Yeah, so before I ask this question, I'll accept the premise of the question. Part of the premise of the question is a very male-dominated legalization movement. But I want to say something about that. My experience really hasn't been like that. And you may not know this history, so give me a few seconds and just let me tell you a few second history of Virginia Normal. And it's maybe a little dyslexic, even maybe a little off, but mostly right. I haven't talked about it in a long time, but the Virginia Normal actually had of course, Virginia Normal was where National Normal started. Many people don't know that. National Normal started in Virginia and then moved to DC. So Virginia Normal was National Normal for a little while. And then later, VCU came in, I think, as a normal chapter, like in the late 80s, and had a really powerful, kind of presence. And then they went away. And then there was like a really early 1990s Virginia Normal that was out of Virginia Tech. And then that went away. And when I came in, the person that was still left over from that world was Susan Anderson from Virginia Tech, math professor. And she was my mentor. I mean, she got me started, and it was all around her. And then I met Lennis Worth, who was like the center of my universe for a very long time, and actually, one of the most important mentors I would ever have. And then later, meeting up with Mary Lynn Mathry and, coming up in a whole different world, under medical cannabis stuff. And then Sandy Burbank giving me, some of the, what you might call PhD lessons in cannabis activism. Etienne and I were just reflecting earlier about Sandy's lessons are still to this day some of the most important lessons we've ever gotten as cannabis activists. Literally, we did that. I'm not just saying it. And then Alice O'Leary is not just my mentor from over the years, but she's Veterans Action Council's mentor. We have a mentor, and it's Alice O'Leary Randall. So, and others that we could consider mentors that are women. So I don't know how I could have ever been an activist without the women that were around me. I was always surrounded by women, and they were the leaders. And so anyway, let me ask you a question with that having been said.
Let me just add that I was also one of those women in Virginia who brought back an iteration of the chapter of Virginia Normal.
Indeed. And that's for the audience. That's why I was saying it the way I was saying it. So anyway, so here's the question. At Normal, you founded the first grassroots initiative to mobilize women in a largely male-dominated legalization movement. What challenges did you face in trying to elevate the women's voice, and what strategies proved most effective in reshaping the whole debate?
Yeah, well, first I'd say Virginia is very unique in its activism makeup, demographic makeup, and it would do others well to replicate Virginia's gender ratio. But okay, so yeah, the challenges that I faced, well, there were several. I think the first one was when the whole concept was introduced. There were people that would question what the purpose of it was. And some would sort of complain that it was gonna separate the movement or break the unity of the movement, such as it was. And to the first question, which I was really stunned by, just as a general response by, I assumed one or two people, but I beat that. I had to create like an auto response form to this actual question, which is how many times I got this question. And to which I would say my first answer, which strictly political answer, is that everyone from the NRA to the ACLU has a women's focused program in their organization. And they have that for a reason, because that's the way to reach out to that particular demographic is from women to more women. And the reason, one of the arguments that could back up the need to put resources into this sort of women's outreach program was because the support among women for legalization was 10 percentage points behind that of men at the time. And that's what was holding back the national average from hitting over 50%, that crucial 50%. And it was the largest demographic gap. So the question became, all right, how do we build more support among this demographic? And in order to build support among this demographic, we need people like them talking to them, and people like them creating the messages that will be compelling to them and palatable to them. So, and also create that community that women are known for, women as nurturers and community builders and everything like that. And the greatest way to increase support for this issue is to get women talking to other women about it, and to also getting news coverage about women talking to other women about it. So that was my basic, most politically unemotional answer I can give you, is that it was, women's support was 10% down, and we needed to do something to change that. So we had to create the business as usual wasn't cutting it, had to create some sort of new program that could sort of identify and reach out to that demographic. And let's see, what was the other part of the question? Oh, that it was splitting the movement. I mean, I I I don't even know how to I didn't know how to answer it now. And creating a groups such as a veterans cannabis group, a women's group, cannabis group, everybody has their community and their shared interests within that community. And so if that's going to help increase support and outreach, then that's what absolutely should be done. And I think that, yeah, just really opening up to women to make them feel more comfortable. I think certain people couldn't understand that from their perspective because of their, lived experience was different than that of the type of people we were trying to reach. But we powered through, and it was crazy. I got hate mail. I mean, why? I didn't understand why it was such a, I didn't expect it to be a hot topic issue. I mean, I was familiar with sexism and stuff in third world countries and developing countries, but I continued to wrongly assume that America was more progressive in certain areas than what I ended up experiencing. But I will say Virginia Normal has produced some incredible women.
Absolutely, 110%. All right, wow. Great explanations there, Sabrina. I know that's a lot, and you've been through a lot there, and it's rather surprising. And Michael's right; it was very female oriented. But for those who are watching, the National Organization for Reform of Marijuana Laws was very male dominated at the time. Those people that were in charge and running it were all guys in suits, white guys in suits. Let me clarify. Okay, so. And nothing against white guys in suits. However, that should give you a percentage of the idea of the demographic that Sabrina was dealing with. All right, next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member, you're recognized.
Again, thank you so much for being here. My question is, you were featured in A Normal Life and Mary Jane, The Women of Weed, and later in Can Legal Weed Win? What role has storytelling through film, books, and media played in legitimizing and expanding the cannabis movement? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that I took my background in studying political communication and have found that the most successful social movements have been able to disseminate their issue through emotional narratives and an emotional lens. And especially when it comes to one with such a stigmatized background, you have to sort of go into overdrive to challenge that. And when you humanize by showing people's actual stories, the mother who lost her child because CPS rules don't respect state medical marijuana laws and will, open a child custody case for child neglect because this legal patient's using cannabis. And it's telling stories like that can be incredibly powerful for people that aren't familiar with these issues, that could be, especially since they're so nuanced and can be very complicated. Most people's understandings broken down into, the reefer madness that they grew up with, mixed with today's version, or however they perceive today's version of cannabis in their area. And so the more that you can give an audience member or potential supporter the opportunity to feel sympathy for a person and anger at an injustice, I think that's what has been the most helpful in all of these, in the storytelling components of it, and also doing it through multimedia aspects in this day and age. It's absolutely crucial. When we started the Women's Alliance, it was the very, very, very beginning of social media. So but I knew it was going to be a big deal. I knew we had to leverage it. We had to get it on video, get it on not tape, I guess. We just needed to document it in all mediums that exist in today's world, and share it to as broad an audience as possible through the way they want to disseminate it. If that.
Yeah. There you go. Right out the gate. All right, I've got the next question. So we're interviewing you because you wrote a book, and your book's called Token Female. And it talks about the double burden of fighting cannabis stigma while also battling sexism within the movement itself. Looking back, how do you see the role of women evolving in cannabis activism since those early years? And has the cannabis space been a better actor in this regard than society at large?
Yeah, that's a
Light
excellent.
ones.
Yeah, very light. Oh, well, I would say the role of women involving in cannabis activism has been unbelievable in the last couple of years. With we had an intermediate head of MPP who was a woman. We had the intermediate head of ASA, Steph Scherer, the founder, is around. Brooke Gilbert, interim director of NCIA. There's, I think, in that particular area, that is one of the most exciting changes that I've seen in my time in cannabis, to see that those women be put in those positions of power and really thrive, shows that we have come. We've made, but like the whole issue for women, I mean, there's been progress and there's been setbacks. And I think just the evolution of Me Too has created an awareness that didn't exist before, that has, if not created change, at least created a conversation about it. And workplace respect and inter-movement respect. And so I think that women are also now, when I started, it was the first women's cannabis group ever. Now there's women cannabis groups. There's just these women have started like finding camaraderie with each other and building communities with, I couldn't even name all of them. But there's this, it's really heartwarming to see all of the women's industry groups and activism groups that have grown out of the Normal Women's Alliance, or were inspired by the Normal Women's Alliance. And yeah.
Yeah, they've come a long way from being used as trays to be served food on, is what you're saying. If you're sorry, for those who don't recall, there was an actual cannabis event, and they actually used women's as serving platters.
Yes.
And that caused a large kerfuffle as well as a ripple and made people understand that, women are not objects. Women are contributing to this right here, right now. But people had to be shamed for doing dumb shit. And shit still does happen. And, as the society at large, especially in the cannabis community, have to call them out for that bullshit. We will not stand by that type of stupid sexism anymore. So, Michael Krauss has a follow up.
Yeah, I wanted your opinion on some, it's, I guess, thinking about this stuff and having, sort of opened the floodgate in my own brain about history. I just wonder what you think of this. The cannabis movement itself basically started in the mid 1960s. And, at that time, I mean, there wasn't, I mean, it was certainly, undoubtedly a male-dominated legalization movement, right? Even from the start. I can't think of any icons of the mid 1960 leaders that were female off the top of my head, and that's bad enough right there. You got the cannabis historian online, can't do that. That's a problem. So anyway, the thing was though, if you were an activist, you were an activist. There were female activists, there were male activists. There was no like exploitation of women by the activist community that I can think of in the mid 1960s, early 1970s. At what you might call the heyday of the cannabis movement. Um, I almost want to ask you a question. I probably you can't answer. And that's when did that happen? I got historical questions coming, but what do you think of that? I mean, is there some observation that you would make or any thought that you would have about that? That it seems, to my perspective as a historian, that this is either a newer phenomenon or a more highly developed phenomenon of really kind of not just not having women at the top, that's bad enough, but exploiting women, having women walk around the parking lot with cannabis signs and bathing suits at a fucking marijuana thing or something like that. That's a new level. I never saw anything like that. You saw women naked in the 60s photos standing next to men who were naked. Everybody was naked, so I just don't get it. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. If you had some kind of, make sense of it or thought that you could share, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I think for your question about the women in scantily clad outfits, that I would imagine was probably born with high times. And I have no idea, but that's what I would assume. It sounds like it's along with their marketing. And in terms of the question about what the 1960s and 70s male, female activists. And I don't know if you refer to exploitation as just like the scantily clad or as just sort of the, harassment within the movement or things like that.
Well, like for veterans, when we started working as a veteran stakeholder, community inside the cannabis space after we got a VA policy back in like 2010, I went to all the conferences and I put down like what I consider to be a bold line in the sand. Veterans want to help. Veterans want to be, whatever you want us to be in these projects. Just don't bring us in at the last minute as a photo op, as some sort of, put a face on it for you thing. We need to be functionally part of the project or you're exploiting us essentially. So I mean, that's not exactly portable to women, but that's where my head goes.
Oh yeah, well, we want to be functionally part of the project. I identify with that 1,000%. Yeah. And I can imagine that the women that were part of the movement back then were the note takers and coffee brewers and weren't exactly, I mean, I don't know when women were allowed to have their own credit card, but it's not like female empowerment was a thing back then. I mean, it was becoming one, but I mean, we don't have to get into why the women's movement split from the civil rights movement. So, I mean, yeah, they all kind of come back to the same general thing. If we all understand those influences and those forces, I think it's the same. And it's probably part of the catalyst for the Women's Alliance and the success of the Women's Alliance.
Well, that's also what we appreciated about your name and the entendre of your name is because we don't like being token veterans.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem that we have, and that's what Michael's referencing, right? We get
100.
the photo op and the pat on the head and the okay, we don't want to hear anything. So I think we can relate in that perspective. That's a similar pathway, but
Absolutely.
I think it's women walked a harder one because of the outright sexism that wasn't just advertised, it was proliferated, it was expected, especially through the 80s and even into the early 90s. I mean, there was a point where we even stopped carrying High Times at Berkeley Patients Group because there was just so much outright blatant female sexual exploitation that Debbie's like, yeah, fuck this, fuck you guys, fuck everything about it. And that type of boycotting did spark a backlash that did affect change, but that's something we even had to do with our own people, sadly. So just more for the historical perspective than for, in Sabrina's response. I appreciate your response greatly. Nate has a follow-up as well.
So I want to mention the women's group that I am familiar of. There is Blunted Brunch. This lady, I forget her name. She does like around MJ Biscuit and all this stuff. She does women only brunch. There's the Women Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, and they just had a women expo, which is pretty much only women event in Reno.
Right.
I joined the cannabis industry in 2015, and at the time, it was encouraging to me that I might be playing with the numbers here a little bit, but in the average industry not the cannabis industry, but all industries, women business owners or executives were 18%, but in cannabis, it was 25%. Very encouraging that it was bigger. And they were saying that women had a bit of an advantage on that because they had less of the cannabis stereotype. But unfortunately, that number has gone down, and cannabis is almost at not below the other industries threshold. Do you see, is there any way we can fix that, or why that has led? Is it this general consolidation in the cannabis industry, less mom and pops? Do you have any insight to that, why that number has dropped in the past 10 years?
It is sad to see that number drop, but I think it's a reality with an evolving industry. When it was prior to 2017 and earlier, the laws were a lot less clear. It required a lot of creative maneuvering in every aspect to open and run a business, which I think is something that women might have a certain area of strength in. And when you're in that sort of environment, that kind of economic business, not even a business environment, but this sort of new evolving market, then you can be more flexible in your tools. As it became legal in different states, that brought in, and this is just my opinion, I'm not an economist, but that brought in, I wouldn't say traditional, but more traditional, less risk averse investors who were waiting for some sort of formality on a state level to happen. And ones who wanted to get in early, waiting, thinking, well, adult use national legalization was going to happen. All of those people with their money and venture capital firms and private equity, and they're all run by men. The money is all distributed by men, and it's just general knowledge that people like to lend money to people that look like them, that can bro out with them, that can it's harder for a woman with 3 successful cannabis businesses to raise I think it was like $1 million than it was for the founders of MedMen to raise $5 million after their failed MedMen venture. I think is just the perfect example of that, and how you can be overqualified, successful businesswoman, and it's exponentially harder for you to scale and find capital because people are, if it's between her and a MedMen bro, they're probably going to go with the MedMen bro, sadly. But it is what it is. That's just my opinion.
Thank you for that. All right, next up will be Mike Davis with the next question.
Yeah, so during your tenure at Berkeley Patients Group, you became a prominent advocate for equitable policies in the Bay Area. What lessons can today's advocates take away from your work to ensure cannabis policy reforms don't leave the marginalized communities behind?
Coalition building would be my first, always my first point of advice. You can't do shit unless you build a coalition. As much as we all like to think we could, you can't. I think that obviously requires compromise, and not everyone's going to agree on everything all the time. But taking a perspective of incrementalism, which most of you clearly have, given your amount of time in the space, I think that is very important. And I think, at least while everyone's waiting for adult use, national legalization, or some variation of national reform, I guess, rethinking equity is something that I think many places could benefit from. I think that, especially in terms of not leaving behind marginalized communities, different forms of the equity structure as it exists right now is incredibly limiting to, when you have, for example, Berkeley has, at least when I was there, it may have changed, but I doubt it, one equity license that they are so generously giving out. And with that, they have washed their hands of their part of the drug war and their part in the damage that it has caused. And I think that that is disingenuous on everybody's side, because even for that one person that is going to get that license, that shouldn't be their only pathway to generational wealth, especially in a legally conflicting, federally illegal industry. Might not be the best pathway for someone who has lived with all of the restraints of a criminal record their whole life, or for much of their life. And maybe they want to open a flower shop. I mean, like a rose shop or a toy shop, and not necessarily this cannabis business. So, I think providing tools or resources or the ability for them to do more than just open a pot shop, I think would be a great start. And then I also think, if it is going to be a pot shop, while one or two owners isn't enough, I think they should be employee-owned businesses. Equity businesses should be employee-owned businesses for people that had criminal records. And that's probably controversial, but there's a film production company, I can't think of the name, but they basically, everybody that works there has equity in the business. They're not part of a union because they don't need to be. And it's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's production company. So it just seems like a really super successful model that can really speed up the impact that legalization is supposed to have on these marginalized communities and helping them.
Great response. Thank you for that. Next up will be Michael Krawitz.
Thanks. Given our conversation right before we turn on the video, I'm going to kind of turn this question upside down and rewrite it. But we took great interest in the fact that you were featured internationally in BBC, Times of London, Rolling Stone. You've had interaction with some of these folks, in that sort of context of them asking you questions and talking to you. We assume, looking at it through a lens of gender and equity, what can you tell us about them based on their questions to you?
I think that the entire concept that women could be glamorous pot smokers was novel to them. That was the sense that I got, that it was almost like a mind blown thing. Oh my God, you're not these stereotypical drug-addled, greasy haired hippies in a corner. These are, I think the imagery, which was the entire purpose of the photo shoot, which caught the attention of the British media, and it was the imagery and the visual of it, and that it was the first time there was any depiction of a woman or a group of women looking sophisticated and advocating for marijuana. And so it was almost the same with some of the reporters that I talked to in the States. I think the British ones thought it was, it was more of like a cheeky, funny thing. But on everybody's conversation, they were all just like, holy shit, which was what happened to me when I first discovered the article Pot Couture, and read about that description of women, in high heels and classy outfits that smoke weed, and it had just never been depicted in the media before, ever. So it blew all our minds.
Mind's blown. It's a thing. Next up will be Nate Landau. Councilmember Landau, you're recognized for the next question.
The next question will be, you were integral in securing the designation of medical cannabis dispensaries as essential businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic. Could you walk us through how the advocacy unfolded behind the scenes and what lessons it offered for ensuring patient access in future crises? Thank you.
Ooh, slightly triggering, but I'll get there.
Well, I'll just kind of give a little bit of history here, because it actually started in a VAC meeting. Okay, so VAC had a little bit to do here, but Sabrina got the handoff, and it started from one of our members, Brian Buckley, who had a piece of paper from San Diego's Department of Health, because Sacramento needed some information, or at least they wanted something that showed something was happening. And I was able to get that. And then I got it into Sabrina's hands, and then Sabrina became the magician. So, Sabrina, the magician, how'd you do it?
Well, the beginning's a little bit more dramatic than that.
Yeah, well, I'm leaving that.
Oops, hang on.
They're going to have to wait for the movie to come out to get that version.
Yeah, seriously. No, so the beginning of the story sounds like a fucking movie. Let me tell you that. My birthday's March 13th, and my grandmother had passed a few months earlier, and she had spent her life in New York. And so I wanted to go out there, spend my 35th birthday in New York, take my husband who'd never been there for the first time. And it was going to be this whole, we were going to go, I got tickets to Broadway. It was going to be this great fucking birthday trip. And so we got there on the 11th, and things started to get weird. Broadway was canceled, but I was like, fuck this, we're staying. And then they closed the borders and everybody was rushing back to the States. And I was in New York. And one of the things that my dad worked on when he was with the State Department was government responses to pandemics. And one of the things, the playbook that they said existed that nobody followed, like my dad helped write the playbook. And one of the things that he kept telling me, and he was like, you have to leave the island, was because if they cut all access to Manhattan, there's only 72 hours worth of food on the island. And so he's like, you're gonna run out of food, blah, blah, blah. So I was devastated and we flew back to California and went to Monterey or something to finish, because I had taken a whole week off from work. And we're driving around Monterey. I'm gonna hang on. We're driving to a beach or somewhere in Monterey. I get a call from ATN. He was like, Sabrina, I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to cut your vacation short and come home. And he's like, shit's getting weird here. So I was like, well, fuck me. My birthday this is okay. Well, let's go. And canceled that trip, went back to Berkeley. And then I got a call from the Berkeley, the head of our cannabis inspector. So not the head of the Department of Health, but the guy who worked for the Department of Health as the cannabis guy. And he was cool. And he called me and was like, they're talking about shutting you guys down. You should, he didn't have any more information. Then I think it was like a day or two after I got back to work, the city issued a shelter in place. And it was, one of the and a couple other Bay Area cities were the first in the country. Then there became a fight with the city council and the Department of Health over whether cannabis was designated an essential business. That there was the issue because they said medical. I mean, it was absurd, insane, multi-week back and forth. But so we had this fight with the city, and nobody knew. We were getting emails them saying to close. Then other ones were like, "Well, medical's okay," and then the state shut down, and the state specifically excluded cannabis as an essential business. So then the fight went from Berkeley, which eventually we got resolved and were able to get that essential designation after it felt like weeks, but I think the Berkeley issue was probably within a week that we got.
I remember it was pretty quick.
It was quick. Yeah. I was surprised at how quick it was. But I was like, hell no, you're not. This is exactly when everyone needs their weed. You can't take that away. And so then the state also decided to do their shelter in place, fight over essential businesses again. Then the BCC came out with its own emergency. Well, I can't even remember how we got to curbside pickup, but we did. And delivery, and we were able to keep delivery and curbside. And then we had to create these this process for employees when they would come in and get the temperature check, and had to fill out all these forms and do all these compliance things. And and then what you were checking for changed because they were always changing. The CDC was always changing and updating information. And then there was the fight over vaccines and whether cannabis employees could get vaccines first. And we triumphed every time, but it was a fucking battle. I mean, I say the tax lowering battle was kind of hard too, but I think it was just because it was also emotionally heightened and everyone was scared and didn't know what was going on. And I just, in my soul, was like, this, we cannot, people need weed right now. Like, this is bigger than any, like, you just can't shut down access to that and force everyone to stay home. It's cruel. Yeah. And if you're gonna let alcohol be delivered, then you should let fucking weed be delivered.
Right. And it was yeah, now that you remind me of all that, I've forgotten a lot of the trauma and the PTSD that we got from, because also I had to buy the cars, right? Because I could no longer lease because now cannabis was legal. I previously had a fleet that I was able to lease, but the laws had changed so much around cannabis. Now the car rental and ownership places had, laws even against, medical cannabis. So even just getting the cars for our delivery and all that, it was such a it was very intense. It's almost daily battles at times to, just coaching each other, just checking in and, making it. But I mean, the most important was when we got that form from Brian Buckley from San Diego, and you were able to get that into, the DCC as well as into state legislators' offices so that they could see that, oh, wait, there's a municipality. And then once California, and for those who are watching, once California had deemed medical cannabis essential, it rippled through the entire United States. So, it's kind of hard to believe that a few dedicated people can literally make ripples of change in times of crisis, but being a part of it and sharing a little bit in your shade, Sabrina, there, because you were the main person really dogging it with the city, with the state, and making that happen. So forever indebted. And I guess I forever owe you a vacation still. So
Everyone heard it here.
All right. Well, I guess that brings me to our final question. So, having had a strong hand in shaping policy, okay, which you have, where do you think our cannabis movement is headed now? Are we on the right track or are we drifting off course?
Well, full disclosure, I've taken a bit of a break from cannabis the last few years. So take my opinion with that context in mind. I think a lot of well, yeah, I mean, I'm marginally aware of things that are going on, and I would say that well, let me put it this way. I saw a memory on my Facebook page the other day that was from 12 or 13 years ago, and it was a Senate hearing about state and federal marijuana law discrepancies. And I was just like, oh, okay, wow, here we are 12, 13 years later. Could have this very same hearing again, and it would probably be, the same, most aspects of it. So, interesting with our country and having states with their own systems, I think that it's a very, what's the word? It feels like there's multiple tracks running and trying to be built at the same time, as opposed to, are we on the right track? There's different tracks. Some might be heading towards each other, but I think that everything is still, if the cannabis movement were, the whole caterpillar to butterfly thing, I would say that it's in the mushy part of that of the larva. You know, when a caterpillar, in order to become a butterfly and be successful, it has to go through this like mushy larva change, and that's sort of where I see the cannabis, because it can't really do anything. All these little creative aspects are being put in place to get around the main problem that is its federal illegality. I mean, everything else that is all these ridiculous, you know, CBD or hemp versus weed 0.3%, everything that is ridiculous about existing state cannabis laws is tied to federal prohibition. So, for the most part. And so I think until that changes, but it's just a matter of what that's going to look like and how that's going to unfold. I know that's a whole big debate in itself. You know, I still maintain that the first priority should be to remove criminal penalties and expunge records. Everything else after that can happen. I think we'll be on the right path if that's the path that we go by and prioritizing that. But if that doesn't happen first, I don't know when it would happen. And I think that would be unfortunate if that component, if the decriminalization component got derailed in favor of business components.
Well, thank you for your perspective. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your decades of activism. And can't blame you for taking the hiatus. And we do hope that in time you will find your way back to it. But, you know, one of the things we've taught our veterans and our activists is that we need to also remember to rest. They teach us to fight, and the fight is so hard, and the fight is so hard and so intense. Um, it causes a great deal of burnout because of the amount of challenges that are faced, as well as um, you know, kudos to you for fighting through that many times. And I'm very happy that you've been able to find your happiness as well as find a new husband and a wonderful place in life. I can see the happiness on you and in you, and it's just absolutely been a pleasure and an honor to have you share time and your very historical, wonderful perspectives. I cannot thank you enough for your book, right? I know that I've been a proponent as well. There you go. So please tell everybody this is your time to promote. So this is Sabrina's book, Token Female. So I will get back
Yes,
to
Token Female.
So yes, tell them where you can find this book and how to find you.
You can find it on Amazon. I apologize for the anti-Amazons, but it's the only way to become an independent publisher, which is what I am. And you can write in TOKIN apostrophe female FEMALE, and it'll pop right up. You can also find me and the book on Facebook, Token Female Memoir, and also on Instagram, and find me at Sabrina Fendrick. Oh, you're on mute.
Well, there we go. I'm back. There we go. Sorry, I forget sometimes I mute myself. All right. Well, I want to thank our council members, Mike Davis, Michael Crowitz, Nate Landau, and myself, Etienne Fontan. And of course, our very wonderful special guest. Reminds me how much I miss you. You're the best. Nothing but the best to you and your family and everybody. All right, everybody, this has been our VAC Roundtable 93. Sabrina Fendrick, author, Token Female. Find it in Amazon. Go get your copy. Is it on Kindle too?
Yes.
It's on Kindle and in
On Kindle
paperback. So
and paperback, and it will be coming out in hardback this fall.
Well, expect to get a signed copy, hopefully, in time.
Absolutely.
But I've got my digital copy and my physical copy already because it's a great book. It's a great read, and what you've done for the history and the movement hasn't been forgotten. And thank you for bringing your perspective through your book, which is very important for everybody in the movement to read. So again, thank you everybody for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 93. Sabrina Fendrick, author of Token Female. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. Well, grandma lover's laying still.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca, and at our social media locations. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
Oh, I'm not too bad, I guess. How about you? Just kind of trying to situate
I think
myself.
something tells me from the posts I've seen of you on Facebook, I'm doing much better than you. Yeah. But you know, we're all patients, right?
It's
and we
just
also-
been, like losing my dog has been the worst thing fucking ever.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
I mean,
yeah.
I've been fine. Like other than that, like my health's. You
Okay,
know,
I saw some posts about you being in some pain. So.
I'm always in pain. That's
Well, I know, but this is one of those 12
no,
out
that
of
was
8.
probably an old post. I went and seen the rheumatoid specialist last Tuesday, and
Right.
then I had a doctor's appointment with my own doctor. They say that I'm, you know, these flares are normal, weather, blah blah blah. So as far as they're concerned, everything is going along smashingly.
Oh,
The pain and stuff that I experience is normal. They're going to do an MRI on my neck because the burning sensations is neurological, like it's nerve pain coming usually from
right.
your neck. So yeah, other than that, the dog is a big thing, but my health is just kind of plugging along. Got the kid his vaccines because he had his measles and rubella because he was out of school when he was in grade 9, right?
Oh,
So we had to get that done. And like I said, yeah, the dog.
your
She's
puppy.
at CSP because I've been taking bags out randomly on that for like all weekend long. People were, so I was busy kind of running that and trying to deal with it. Yeah, it's been.
Yeah. And your puppy, Stitch?
He's
Stitch
gone.
was- Yeah.
Yeah,
16 years. He was
16
just
and a half. Yeah, 16 and a half years old. And he was, like I said, the second one I got People and Stitch. And those two, were the 420 dogs. Like Brittany Ann had one, Tracy Curley had one. Like everybody had one of the white chihuahuas. Well, no, both mom and dad are gone. And they were both like, 16 and 17, but
right.
lost them on Saturday morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. It's never good.
And, he
A lot of
he
people.
had a really good life. He gave me a lot of love, and he gave a lot of people a lot of love because of all those puppies that him and Peter had, right? So
Right.
he produced a lot of love, and like I said, right to his little, right to the end. He was,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, talking about love, there's lots of love in the cannabis community, and couples and just advocates and the work that people have been doing.
yeah.
Tonight, we're going to talk and remember Michelle Rainey and some of the advocacy work that she did. We're going to show some videos that I've got here, that I've got laid out here. Hopefully, it all flows good. So, see what happens.
And I'll say this: I think I've mentioned this a few times. But if it wasn't for Michelle, I would have never went and got my diagnosis and got my medical licensing because she said you can be louder if you're licensed. So
Yeah.
the day actually I found out she passed away was the day I got my diagnosis. So the day I had gone for my colonoscopy, got the diagnosis and I got home to an email saying that she was gone.
That's right. Yeah. Well, we could sit here and talk, but I think that maybe it's best for us to bring our guest.
We should bring in the special guest. I'm sure he knows a lot more than we do.
That's right, for sure. So tonight, as I said, we're going to remember a friend and cannabis advocate, Michelle Rainey, who suffered from Crohn's disease, but sadly lost her life to cancer in 2010. Here tonight to help us with that is Michelle's husband. We'd like to welcome Jeff Tech to the Pace Radio Show. Hello, Jeff. How you doing?
Great, Al. Great, Samara. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming thanks for coming to the show. But can I get you just to twist your phone there just a little bit? Because we got you cut off at the nose.
He wants to be able to see your face.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good.
The smiling guy.
My weeds.
Oh, the Remo guy, right?
Yes, we know the Remo guy. We sure
Actually,
do.
it's funny because the garden center that I was working here like 3 years ago, I brought Remo's nutrients in for the cannabis expert that I was supposed to be doing. And it was her that nicely helped me pay for Stitch's cremation. She sent me, she didn't send me, she sent the vet the money to cover the cost of his cremation.
Wow, that's yeah.
I know. I couldn't do it. I phoned them this morning to tell them that I was gonna have to wait till Friday. She goes, it's paid for it.
Wow. Jeez, that's good. Well, Jeff, it's good seeing you. Good talking to you again. As we know, it was Monday. Was the 15th anniversary, I guess, if you would like to call it. I don't know, of Michelle's passing. And I think the newspaper article that I put up for the posting has a pretty good idea on things. It says that Michelle would like to be remembered for making change. And there's no doubt that Michelle made a lot of change for a lot of people and for the cannabis laws here in Canada.
Absolutely.
Yeah, October 20th, in 2010. It's been 15 years, 2 days, and she's still continues to be a driving force in my life. For example, you, and then I got to hang out with Lawrence Cherniak last night, which that would have
Yes.
only happened because of Michelle. So I still owe her my personage.
Would you like to, basically let's talk about Michelle. When you met her and where things went from there, as far as your advocacy and getting married and all that.
Yeah, we got married at the last day of the last Toker's Bowl, July 4th, 2005. And then 3 weeks later, the USDEA, in conjunction with the Vancouver Police Department, came with a warrant for arrest for Mark Emery, Michelle Rainey, and Greg Williams.
Wow, that's not good. Not good at all. As I mentioned, she suffered from Crohn's disease.
Yeah, she had Crohn's, and went the pharmaceutical route and gained a bunch of weight on prednisone, and nothing was really helping her. And then one of her business associates recommended that she try cannabis, and she had never really dabbled with that in high school or in her younger years.
Yeah.
She was always, kind of a go-getter, type A personality. But she took the advice and tried it, and it instantly transformed her illness from a disability into a cause to help others. And that's exactly what she did. I mean, at her passing, she had helped like close to 5,000 people get their medical license. She was the first one to get the youngest patient ever in Canada their license. She was instrumental in organizing all the people that came to the 4 cannabis cups, of 4 Toker's Bowls, she called them.
Mm-hmm.
And she was literally in contact with people from all over the world for up to a year or more before the actual event. So by the time people showed up in Vancouver, they already had a bond with Michelle. She already knew all about them, where they were from, what they liked, what they didn't like. I mean, it was, you're talking 300 people. She had an intimate relationship with every single one of them. And she managed to touch them in a way that people are still reaching out to me today that I don't remember I'd ever met. I posted that short memorial to her on Monday morning at about 7 a.m. And as of Wednesday, right now, it's been seen over 500 times. It's been forwarded, reposted by people that I don't even know who they are.
Don't even know them. That's right. Yeah, because she touched so many people that you wouldn't even. There's no way that you would know everybody that she did.
Back too, because even though she's been gone, we still keep her alive by talking about her and sharing her stories. So people keep looking her up and looking in Google and trying to find out who she is and what she stood for. So the stories that we share ripple effect to keep her memory and everything keeps rippling forward, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm just letting him finish up. But he's having supper because he's out west, so it's dinner time out there.
It's dinner time here too. I had to suck back my mashed potatoes before I had to come on.
But even while she's gone, she's no longer with us. Her education and the work that she was doing can continue through the videos and the stories and the articles that were written about her or that she did herself. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, courage above all. Like she had the courage to try something not mainstream. She had the courage to promote her convictions. She had the courage to help others, and she had the courage to move on without ever feeling sorry for herself.
Now, could I get you to adjust your camera there again, Jeff? Just because it's just you can see
Why?
it.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Because your
Okay, yeah. Just cut the top of your head off. That's all.
Oh, that's the background
now,
behind me. That's not. No,
He's got the Iron Maiden behind him. That's perfect.
that's the Iron Maiden back there. That's Eddie. That's Eddie that's getting cut off there.
wow, look at that.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
on your wall. That's
That's
not.
that's kind of ironic because one of my best friends' death is tomorrow,
Wow.
in 2 years, and her favorite band was Iron Maiden and Metallica. So the last
Because
concert was Iron Maiden before she died. So
Like that's the whole wall, isn't it?
it's a big flag.
Yeah, that's a tapestry. It's not a print. It's actually a loom. It was
That's
made in New England,
beautiful.
and I count
Wow.
over 13 different album covers on that one tapestry.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, I thought it was a cool background.
Yeah, it is. Much better than that light that we had up there before the show.
Right?
There you go. There you go.
I don't know. It
Yeah.
won't stay. It wants to walk off.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not gonna
Yeah.
stay there.
Stay. Look at that. There you go. There we go. Good. Now, as far as because she had the Crohn's, and then she had a friend that introduced her to the cannabis. I assume that before that point, she was probably on the regular diet of steroids that they throw at you.
Yeah, before I met her, she was on all that. Her
Prednisone and all kinds
prednisone and all that stuff, and yeah, she quit. She quit all that, and then that's when she introduced herself to Mark Emery, and she saw it.
Now,
I
what
guess
was she? What was
she
she
was-
doing before she became a cannabis advocate? Due to her, sounds like just like a lot of us, we can't shut up. You got to tell everybody.
she was a bank.
She worked at a
She
bank.
was a banker. She worked in banking.
Right.
Yep.
So she traded her banker's hat for a maid uniform, and she became Mark Emery's maid. And they used to joke about, the maid was running the business because she quickly became the CEO of the BC Marijuana Party, and they had 79 candidates and 79 ridings up here in Canada, and
Nice.
they paid for all of it, and they were forced to be reckoned with. I mean, she's the one that put Mark Emery in the Armani suit that he was famous for. That was all her. So she was PR, she was mom, she was den mother, she was marketing, she was shipping and receiving. She basically wore all the hats. While the rest of the children played.
And then took care of her own health on top of that.
Yeah.
What was that?
And then had to take care of her own health and everything on top of all that.
Well, that's just it with the cannabis and smoke. She smoked about, I don't know, about 4 to 6 joints a day, and just a few hits, 2 puffs here and there was enough to get her through the day. She got up and put herself together and went out in the world every day. When she was dauntless. She never took a sick day the entire time. 5.5 years that we were together. 6.5 years we were together, and 5.5 years we were married. So she never took a sick day in any of that. And I know firsthand because my mother actually, when I was growing up, she actually had undiagnosed Crohn's. I don't know. I guess that's why doctors call it a practice, because they're practicing to be doctors. I'm a mechanic. I don't practice. I actually fix things.
Yeah.
So
here, let's try
10
these.
years. For 10 years, a full decade of my mom's life, my life, my formative years. from 7 to 17, they didn't know what she had. And she would take Mylanta. I don't know if you know what that is, but she would, liters of Mylanta, they buy that by the caseload. And she was taking Mylanta, 24/7 and nauseous and sick and having all the issues and going to the hospital. And she was a willing patient. She volunteered to be a case study all the time. So constantly a new round of recruits, coming and checking her and doing the rudimentary tests and this test and that test. And in Chicago, this was growing up in Chicago at the time, they had Loyola University, and she would be there every month or so. And everybody from they call it the cafeteria lady to the guard to all the doctors and nurses knew me at Ravenswood Hospital. I would go there after school and check in. And I mean, she had just about had a permanent room there, and it was hard to watch the non-diagnosis. And then after 10 years, our family doctor came back from a seminar, and he's like, "I think you have Crohn's." So it didn't really help anything. I mean, it's always good to be diagnosed. Nothing really progressed as far as treatment went. But when I met Michelle and she told me she had Crohn's, I kind of had a really weird flashback to that whole growing up situation. But then here's Michelle. She knows what she's got. She wasn't running around for 10 years wondering what she got. She went right into proactive. Well, what can I do? And, her diet was number one. She liked her food. She was Ukrainian, Canadian proud.
No,
she liked her food, and she liked her pierogies, and
Yeah, could she eat red meat like beef? Could she eat beef? Like beef? Well, I have Crohn's myself, so I know some of the stuff that she went through. And
well, you gotta really watch anything white sugar, white salt, white flour, all the whites. You gotta just stay away from white people. They'll get you every time. Crawl in and give you plaque and wear MAGA hats, And
yeah, because I know I can't eat beef. I'm a chicken, turkey, or fish kind of.
I like
meat.
beef.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta stick with the protein. That's what I do. I find the Jordan Peterson isn't be all end all, but he did kind of point me in that protein direction. And 3.5 years ago, I got tired of just being in pain all the time with my arthritis. I have rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and degenerative bone disease. And I don't like the sound of any of that. So I've kind of mostly had it my whole life, but sort of kind of been in denial. And, 1999, 2000, I was diagnosed with what I just said. And then from that point, I kind of took myself off any meds I was on. And then I went and saw a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. And he was the first one that I confided with in my lifetime that I smoked cannabis. And I asked him if it was, exacerbating my situation in any way, shape, or form. And he says, cannabis. I said, marijuana. He laughed. He goes, ah. He said, this is natural. This is natural. He said, this is plant. This is natural. He said, anytime you concentrate and condense anything, you exponentially increase the chances of side effects. And, even aspirin. You could take the willow bark, the willow root, and treat yourself. But as soon as you concentrate it down into aspirin and take that every day, now you're going to give yourself ulcers or other problems.
Right.
So I found that advice to be very, very helpful because growing up in the States, there's a lot of propaganda. That cannabis, causes
yes,
molecular DNA disformation, whatever, all kinds of bad stuff in it. One marijuana cigarette is equivalent to 10 packs of cigarettes, and
Oh,
I don't know, man. I don't think so.
And we all know about the egg in the frying pan.
So that's when I kind of like started growing. Basically, that's when I
Yeah.
started growing because I was working full time and I couldn't afford to buy it. So I started growing for myself and a few others, and then that led me on a quest that I wound up in San Diego, and then I wound up meeting Michelle, and she came down and visited me, and she was there for the first batch of my Afghani bull rider, and she immediately took to it.
Yeah.
26 years later, now that it's in the legal market and we have the COA test done on it, testing and all the tests, it comes back at 0.0% CBD. And CBD is one of over 400 cannabinoids in cannabis that can contribute to, making you lethargic, making you sleepy, helping you sleep in some cases. But I think the Afghani bull rider is it's a benchmark strain because there's 0% CBD, which in other words, if you use it for medicine, you don't get that burnout lag time. You got to lay down on the couch. You just move forward, and it allows you to be productive, and it allows you to speak and
still function.
Yeah, so it fit her like a glove. Before that, she was smoking Williams Wonder and some other different strains, and they help. But when I came back and came up here and started growing for her, by 2005, I had enough to either enter the Toker's Bowl or share it with everybody at the Toker's Bowl. I chose the latter, and I'm glad I did because everybody remembers that. The first time they tried it, they don't remember any of the 20 strains that they got at the Toker's Bowl. Who won? Nobody cares. Everybody all they talked about was the Afghani bull rider, and not to toot my own horn, but just like that's my claim to fame. Like here all these years later, I got people from Kevin Durant on the NBA is mad that he can't get Afghani bull rider in New York yet. Like we got artists and actors and people all over the world that are angry that they can't get it in LA. They can't get it in Sydney. They can't get it.
Do you know which province it is in Canada where it's available?
Well, it's available in the Ontario, and it's available in BC as of March of this year. So just select.
All right. Well, I'll have to go look.
I haven't seen it yet, but right now with this strike, our stores are pretty thin.
Yeah, yours would be. Yeah.
I know the Burb has it. We did a release at the Burb downtown Vancouver. I know the Burb has it as one of a dozen. It sells out every time they do a limited drop. It sells out almost immediately. So that's pretty cool.
Maybe that's why we've never had it in Cranbrook, because it just hasn't made it out here. As soon as it drops, they probably buy it all up, and we can't get it out here. Because I'm in Cranbrook, right? And we've got 6 stores out here, but I've never seen it out here ever.
Yeah.
I mean, but like I said, we can't get Remo's joints out here too. Like anything that, like Al had to actually literally mail me one of the supercharged joints from Ontario because I couldn't get one
here. Yeah, that's the only way she could get it was if I mailed it to her.
Oh,
it might be the only way you can get some bull rider too, maybe.
So he mailed me out enough, he mailed me out a supercharged joint from Ontario because I couldn't buy one at my local store.
Yeah. So in Michelle's, unbridled quest for, helping people and spreading information, she became like Afghani bull rider's first promoter inadvertently, because the smell of that strain combined with, her blonde hair and her red lips and her big boobies, like that was her calling card. Like, she would hand people a joint and they instantly remembered her, and so she continues to promote it to this day, and it's just amazing. I mean, she really believed in the system that that it should be legal, it should be available, it should be cheap, and so I don't know where she would stand right now in today's legal market, because I can attest to the fact that my company has spent over $7.5 million and they haven't turned a profit yet. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, she'd be having you turn in a profit, because as you
and every day,
if she was the CEO, she'd be the CEO.
And every day, well, that's just it. It's only 4 guys. I mean, it's down to a ghost skeleton crew part-time, you know, and they just,
Right.
it's the dispensaries are making money, the growers aren't. Just like in any market, any commodity, you know, grapefruits are $3.50 now. It's like, yeah, but the farmer's not getting $3.50. That's the problem. That's the problem. The farmer never gets paid. The farmer gets $1, and they make more. They make Canada gets $3. They get $3 to every $1 that the grower gets.
Yeah, and then it takes forever for the growers to get paid. It's just ridiculous. The system just fucking fights for the farmer. It doesn't matter whether you went into micro or whether you went into large production. It's the same system, and it sucks for the farmer. Whether you're big or little, it's ridiculous.
And who bleeds? Who's in there bleeding, digging in the dirt at 5 o'clock in the morning? And who's out there at 9 o'clock at night? And who's fighting the bugs, the pests, the pestilence, the rippers, the professional rippers that make a habit out of studying your energy usage and then robbing you blind when they see that your lights are off? I mean, you know, there's a whole host of what do you call it? Predators that are waiting to take your profit. And then when you're making such little profit as it is, it's like, it's just not fair. Turn around in these dispensaries. Every day there's a new name. Every day I walk past a dispensary, there's some new brand. There's a new brand. There's a new brand name. And you're like, yeah, I thought of that name. I thought of that name 20 years ago. I thought of that name 15 years ago. I thought of that name 7.5 years ago. I mean, it's all these names that mean nothing, sound cool. It's got, you know, a punch. It's got pizzazz, you know, California, whatever it is.
Yep,
and where are these guys coming from? I mean, we can't make any money with a bona fide strain. How are they? What are they? I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Like, seriously, been scoping it. Half of it's crap. It's premature. The trichlomes, if they're even there, are clear. There's not a cola. There's not a cloudy trichlome, if you even see them at all. And that's what I've been like. Some of the micro crafts, I won't say that about, but some of the big, I've quit buying from. Honestly, I've quit buying from.
We've got a comment that I want to address, and then we got to go to break. We got a comment here about, what do you mean Remo's joints are in Ontario? I've never seen them anywhere in the stores or online. And on my end, Ontario doesn't have its joints. Yes, Remo's joints were available in Ontario. They may not be now, but they were available in Ontario. If you go to the on the YouTube channel for the Pace Radio Network, you will see our interview with Remo and Sandra. If you go through the playlist, and you'll be able to hear us talk to Remo about the joints and about the experience of me sending joints to Tamara so that she could try them. So
yep.
I'll get them too. I go over there every day. I see them all the time.
There you go.
Best people in the world. Too. I love them to death. They're great.
Yeah, actually, the local store to me, the last I knew, they had sold 8 boxes of Remo joints.
Oh yeah, he's got the legacy brands. You know, I want to get with him.
Yeah, they don't have them now. Like last time I checked, but yeah, at one time they were pretty hot at the local store. So
like I said,
alrighty,
on right now, our stores are empty.
Yeah, the strike.
I got this from.
Can you not do the direct delivery to the stores, being that you're a micro grower?
I got this from Lawrence Cherniak.
Nice hash.
Yeah. Lawrence the hash man.
Yeah. He's a pretty amazing individual. Like I said, I wouldn't know him if it wasn't for Michelle, but got to spend the evening with him. He hung out last night and most of today. I took him over to see Weed's dispensary over in Pitt Meadows. See Don and Carol and catch up. And you know, they have farm to table there, so you can see plants, you can buy plants, you can buy weed, you can smoke hash, you can eat food, you can drink beverages. You know, it's all inclusive, and you know, pretty impressive. I mean, I saw it. It was originally a lettuce farm and went under, And then Donna Carroll bought it and slowly transformed it. And every time I go over there, it's not transformed. It's like a metamorphosis. You go over there and it's like, I remember this empty box that I hung 4 cameras in, and now that's the dispensary. It's just amazing to see the transformation. You know, there's $100,000 worth of Redbeard glass in one container. You know,
Wow.
it's just amazing. You know, I mean, I talk to him all the time. It's just, you know, Bob High, the artist representations there, and yeah, I like to promote them because they're very they're kind of off the beaten path. They're not like in a major, strip mall or anything. So if you don't know, you might not know. But yeah, Weeds International, pretty amazing.
Yep. Okay, time for us to take that break. When we return, Tamara and I will continue our discussion with our guest, Jeff Heck. And this is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back to the Pace Radio Show, and we have our guest Jeff Tech here, and we're talking about and remembering Michelle Rainey, longtime cannabis advocate, and we're actually going to hear from Michelle in this segment. I have got, as you know, Jeff, you mentioned at the beginning that Michelle liked to talk a lot about cannabis, and she did a lot of public speaking. Right. Now, I have got a video here lined up of her speaking at Ideal City. I was in Toronto.
Yeah. Ideal City. Yeah, it was in Toronto. Yep.
Yeah. So the and during this discussion, she's talking about her situation and dealing with Crohn's disease. She talks about legalization and, at this time, fighting for legalization and helping patients. She covers a lot of topics, and it's probably just easier for me to play the video and let her say it. Right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Anything you want to say about her speaking at these events, Rain, before I get?
Just that she would get very nervous up in front, and before any time we filmed a video or anytime she had something to say, she'd make a myriad of notes, and she rehearsed it over and over and over in her head. And then once the camera was rolling, she just turned into a natural. Like you'd never know. You'd never know how nervous she was the day before or the hour before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know that nervousness with the Crohn's, you know, could set things off. So
Exactly.
Cannabis. Alrighty. So here's we're gonna hear from Michelle talking at Ideal City about cannabis. So there we go.
Wide blonde with big boobs, a quickie. Now, if I take a little more than 10 minutes, I deserve this. Since the very first time I attended Idea City in 2001, I dreamt of being on this stage. This has been my temple, my church, and my retreat. And I've wanted to be worthy of being here today in front of all of you. And it is a great honor and a great privilege to be here. As Moses told you, I have suffered from Crohn's disease for 2 decades. Conventional medicine did not work, not at all. Sadly, I wish it did. Prednisone, Pentasa blew me up like a balloon, almost died. Then it was time to take control of my own health. And I have been using medicinal cannabis for the past, since 1996. I've cut off all pharmaceuticals, which I'm very proud of. Taking into consideration that this is the 10-year anniversary of Idea City, it is also the 10-year anniversary of my activism career. And I quit a 10-year bank career to do this. I decided I wanted to tell all of you the gifts that Idea City has given me and Moses Neimer in relation to my activism career over the past 10 years. Of course, I had to write a few notes because this was going to get a little complicated. The first one is to be fearless. Did you know that public speaking is feared more than death by all of us? We're all terrified of public speaking. I took it upon myself to do a show a couple of years ago called Michelle's Medicinal Marijuana, a 5 to 10 minute shtick about pot and politics to get over my fear of public speaking. Producing myself, and I'd like to thank my husband, Jeff, who's watching by internet right now. Hi, honey, I love you. Yes, you can watch this whole thing by internet, apparently. That has helped me to overcome my public speaking fears. Number 2, education. Listening to all of you, 350 presenters over the past 10 years, has given me the ability to be able to be a better marijuana educator and convey a message that's so important for all of you to understand. Number 3 is inspiration. A few years ago, I put together a medicinal marijuana education package. And in this package, it consists of 33 pages. Yes, 33 pages to get a legal exemption to use marijuana in this country. Have you ever had to fill out 33 pages for Tylenol 3, Prozac, Ativan, lorazepam? Probably not. It also includes the list of all the compassion clubs in this country, websites relating to all the different diseases proving cannabis's therapeutic value. This was a labor of love and inspired, of course, by Idea City. I also took it upon myself to start writing a column called Ask Medicinal Michelle in a magazine called Treating Yourself that's for patients by patients. And in this year, or actually this month's edition of Zoomer magazine, I have a fantastic article in here called The Pot Option, relating to the Zoomer generation and options. Instead of pharmaceuticals, you have a choice. Number 4, Idea City challenged me. Oh, has this ever challenged me? My God. It should have challenged all of us. To believe in myself, regardless of the continued negative stigmatization about marijuana. It's challenged me to be more aggressive and more forceful with telling all of you no harm has been done. Not one single person has ever died of marijuana. Not one. Number 5, patience. You have to have a lot of patience to do what I do. And Idea City taught me, from environmentalists to politicians to inventors. When we saw this morning, things take time. Patience is a necessary evil. And I still can't figure out why marijuana is not legal yet, but that patience is still with me. Number 6, courage. July 29th, 2005, the DEA came into Vancouver and arrested myself, Mark Emery, and Greg Williams. And all 3 of us have been facing extradition charges since that time. 99% of individuals sought for extradition are extradited. There is just no ands, if, buts, or maybes. It's plain and simple. You're extradited. My only hope, my Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is not here right now, Mr. Irwin Cotler, he happened to be the one that did sign my extradition papers as Justice Minister, Liberal, in 2005. And sadly, he is no longer our Justice Minister. We have a Conservative. So my Obi-Wan Kenobi couldn't help me now because he was my only hope. He's the only one who would have been able to reverse these charges. I decided to start negotiating with the US government because I knew that I would be extradited, and I did not want to drain our economy any more than it already has been with unnecessary court fees. I mean, let's face it, we're in a global economic crisis. We don't need to be spending and wasting any more money when I am guilty. And what I did was, as Moses told you, went down to the US, yes, in shackles. It was very interesting to stand at the Peace Arch border, and I don't know if any of you ever have been on the Peace Arch border. But I had to stand under it on the Canadian side at 8:30 in the morning, waiting for a couple of agents to come get me. Just standing there in the middle of this beautiful park, waiting for them to come get me. And of course, they came and got me, and I was processed at the border, fingerprinted, and then, of course, put in these handcuffs and put in the car, as dangerous as I am with using medical marijuana, taken down to Seattle, and there I was processed, and apparently I was the nicest looking, nicest smelling convict they've had in a long time, considering what Seattle has in their marginalized prisons. And that's one thing that I'd like to tell you all. 1 in 100 people in the US are in jail. This is a very, very sad state of affairs. 800,000 a year are convicted of marijuana offenses, and Canada could be going down that same route with Bill C-15, which would impose mandatory minimum sentences, something that has been proven in the US to be a complete failure and a complete waste of money. And I'd really like to see all of us get more active about our laws in Canada concerning not just marijuana, but drugs in general right now. I pled guilty to the offense of conspiracy to manufacture marijuana, count number 1. All 3 charges at first were money laundering, conspiracy, and yes, manufacturing marijuana from the internet seed selling business that Mark Emery has had or did have during that time. Number 7, I feel like David Letterman tonight. Awareness. Idea City has taught me awareness. To be aware of the world around me, to read, to investigate. Marijuana is in the news everywhere these days. Even Anderson Cooper on CNN right now has a program this entire week called America's High. Wow. That'll educate all of us. Is America really high? Or does America just need a little help from Canada right now and the rest of the world? That's a good question to ask ourselves sometime, because I did marry an American in hope that we could all unite and be a better world. Number 8. Number 8, what is number 8? Accept the unknown. From every single year to year that I come to Idea City, things change. And they change drastically, from extradition, a couple of divorces, and since the last time I've been here, I went home and I got diagnosed with a malignant melanoma. And from there, I had 3 major surgeries. I had an excavation of my back, 6-inch, 4-inch wide. Brought me right in, All you ladies out there got a free facelift, so now they're just pushed out a little bit more for nothing. Then I had a radical neck dissection surgery, slitting half my neck and all the lymph nodes being taken out. But I'm alive, and here I am a year later. And it's all thanks to being proactive with your health. It's so vitally important that we all take a look at ourselves and go, okay, what am I eating? Do I need to be taking vitamins? Do I need to be exercising? Do I take a look at the pharmaceuticals that I'm using? Do I really need to be using them? Can I wean myself off of them? Is there any way I can find to live a longer life and a better life? Isn't that what Zoomer's all about, longevity, right? And here I have only 16 more seconds. All right, number 9, we're almost done. Number 9, friendship. Idea City has given me the ultimate gift of friendship. Moses, Dr. Jamie, Anita, I can go on, Marilyn. There are so many wonderful people that I have met over the past decade that have influenced me, that have mentored me to be a better medicinal cannabis advocate. And number 10, Idea City has given me the gift to dream. All of us have dreams, and we still should at whatever age we are. We all need to dream, and my dream is to be Canada's cannabis ambassador. Now, hey, come on, medicinal? Let's face it. Can we get a little patriotic? We can refuel our economy. There's so many things we can do right now if we do legalize marijuana. And it's medicinally, yes. We need to tax it. We need to regulate it because we're going down the same road as prohibition, alcohol prohibition. That's something that we don't want to do. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to talking to you after.
I'm still a little unclear about what kind of sanctions you face because given the
you only gave me
volume,
10 minutes.
Given the volume of seeds that were sold,
yes,
apparently you and Mark were liable to life imprisonment.
Yes, for
right?
4 years. The threat was 30 years to life.
30 years.
And that's not something that...
So you've effectively done a plea bargain, have you?
Yes, I have. So what will happen is July 17th, I will turn to the U.S. without, thank goodness, having to go through the handcuffs and all the fingerprinting again. And I will face a sentence of what I hope will be 2 years probation in my own country. I will not be able to travel the U.S. for 5 years. But sadly, Mark Emery will be going down to plead guilty himself. And it's time for him to do that and get this over with. I'm sure that we'll be able to get him a treaty transfer. And then he'll be able to come up here and possibly serve a lesser sentence. And I'm crossing my fingers for that. This has been a heck of a decade of activism for me. And I will say I'm totally blessed and completely grateful to be alive. You know, I love life, and all of us need to start sharing and be a part of our communities. Get out and vote. Bake an extra batch of cookies for your neighbors. Talk to each other. We're all forgetting to do that. Come on. You know, no one talks to each other. I'm in Toronto, and what am I? You know, I have no idea why people just don't talk to each other. Life is so short. And, you know, according to, what is it, May 27th, 2012? Oh, my goodness, we don't have much time. So we better get at it, okay?
Thanks, Michelle.
Idea City is my church. It's my retreat. It's my soul. This is the only thing I do all year long. I save all my pennies to come here. I don't do anything else. I don't go on holidays to Jamaica or Mexico or anything like that. This is what I do every year.
Finally, the message she, revealed, through that whole, it's timely. It's the same message that should be being said right now. We don't talk to each other.
Exactly.
It's just that's so timely.
Oh yeah, it is. I when I was watching that earlier before the show, that's the thing I thought of, that message could be repeated today over and over again.
The only thing is that she wasn't able to see legalization, and as messed up as most of it is. I say to my son, you'll never have to get busted for a joint. My 16-year-old will never have to go through that. He'll never have to worry about having to go find some seedy guy down in an alley to fucking buy some crappy weed from, right? Or get busted for that. So, as like I said, as bad as, some of aspects of it are, my kids won't have to deal like with what we had to go through as kids. I am grateful.
She mentioned, Jeff, Michelle mentioned about her possibility of 30 years in jail for the seeds. What did she end up getting?
Yeah, she was posthumously released from probation on July of 2011. So yeah, she died on probation. She died on probation.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What else I got here? On here, I got a few things I made note of. The she talked a lot about health, making sure that people look after their health, eat the right foods, all that type of stuff as well, which is Crohn's disease is something that's very important.
Yeah, it totally is. And that's the thing that you have to worry about what you eat. But again, when you've got stuff like like for me, for example, it doesn't matter what I eat. It just doesn't make it. I try and eat high protein because everything just like, but again, everybody's individual. You have to do what works best for your own body, right?
She talked about wanting to be Canada's cannabis ambassador.
She was.
She was.
Can ambassador.
Yeah, she was. She was. She pioneered. She laid the foundation, right, for so many of us, and gave us so much to move forward with and use to keep educating people. And like we look back, it's been 15 years since she's been gone, and we were all working right alongside her back then. So it's been like almost 20 years that we've all been plugging away at this. And finally, we did see legalization because, let's face it, we never thought we'd see any of this, right? And now we just have to keep working towards seeing the rest of the world getting further and closer to legalization because it's a human right as far as I'm concerned. People should be able to maintain their own health, and it shouldn't be up to anybody how you do it.
And as she said, talking about a right, she says we have a choice. Whether we want, to use cannabis, we have that choice here in the country, and it was well before legalization. It's been around for 25 years as far as legal on the medical end, but we have that choice, and a lot of people don't know that. So, cannabis ambassador, obviously, what she was doing, going around promoting cannabis and talking to people about it. Go to non-cannabis things, events, like she did.
Yeah, I was proud that Southern Alberta Cannabis Club was one of the first compassion clubs on that list. Because we didn't have a storefront, but if you stopped in Lethbridge anywhere through, you needed there was my number and my email. I'd meet anywhere if you were a patient, it wouldn't matter, right? So that was something that I thought was totally amazing. But I don't know how many of those packages, those medical packages, I took to doctors' offices and dropped off.
Yeah, exactly. She was involved with Treating Yourself magazine as well. The two of them, neither one of them were with us, unfortunately, anymore. But I got a picture of Michelle there behind me and the Treating Yourself poster there as well. So even though Michelle is not with us, she's still there. Educated. Through, as
that's
I said,
the beauty of video and the internet. I hate to say that, but the internet, they say, is forever. And I am thankful for the fact that some of the internet is forever, because you can go back and you can find things from 10 and 15 years ago. And then you can download them and you can, so thankfully some things are that the internet is forever. There's other things that I wish they weren't, but, but there are good aspects to it, right?
Yeah, like you say, the internet, we've got the website, MichelleRainey.com.
That's it.
That's it right there. It's got the memorial bench.
Which I've sat on twice.
Have you?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Every time I went to Vancouver, Sandra took me out there the last time I was out there. And then I was out there with Lisa Kirkman one time before that. But, yep, twice.
It's not quite that bright anymore. It's a little bit faded, but it's the only red one.
Yeah,
it's the only red one on the riverfront. All the other ones have green foundations.
Yeah.
It's been there 12 years.
Yep.
More than 12 years. Almost.
One year we
13
rode
years.
there. Debbie Stoltz Giffen was with us, and she couldn't walk that far because it's not like right at the entrance. You have to walk down a bit. So so we took pictures of
Yeah.
it for her. But yeah.
I took that picture. Yeah.
This is the slideshow on the website. One of these pictures was in the magazine. Intriguing.
Yeah. Treating yourself.
Yeah.
Like all those pictures I found on Monday, they were on my hard drive, buried deep down inside of another file, inside of another file.
Oh, yeah.
A few of them were corrupt. They wouldn't open. The one her and Ian Mulgrew on his 50th birthday. There's a few other ones that were, I had to delete because they weren't fully functional pictures anymore. But I mean, I've got close to 100,000 pictures on my computer now, so it's
That's a lot of
amazing.
pictures.
Yeah, that was a whole photo shoot. That was the AB. There was her in her medicinal outfit.
Mm-hmm.
That was just a quickie I took one day. She just popped down while I was working, and I busted out the camera. Yeah, she was photogenic. She was.
Yeah.
It's good to listen to
Yeah.
that Idea City thing. I like to listen to it at least once a year because it just restores my faith in what I'm doing and what we're doing, and the fact that a lot of things have changed and a lot of things have stayed the same.
Mm-hmm.
And like you were saying earlier, with people like her, the pioneers, that made it so the kids have an easier path ahead of them. But by the same token, with all these dispensaries, is anybody going to know what an ounce of weed is anymore? Is anybody going to know how to roll joints anymore?
Well,
is anybody going to know what a quarter bag or a dime bag is anymore? I mean,
Our culture is being like broken down because the statistics came out and they were saying that pre-rolls were the best. And I said, yeah, because these kids are coming up 19, 20.
Yeah.
They don't know how to roll a joint because their parents are like stuck up and don't smoke. And if they do, they go get pre-rolls too because they were too stuck up to smoke weed before it was legal, right? Or whatever. So my son taught him how to roll a joint. He's like, "You're gonna roll my joints, kid." Like, and I don't care. Like, I don't even hide it because I'd rather infuse our culture into our children, the ones that are going to have to continue moving that culture forward, right? And and I was the dummy that had a baby at 40, but I'm glad that I did because he's 16 now and he's able to keep our culture. Because my other kids don't give a shit. They're in their 30s. They couldn't have given a crap when I was doing this stuff. They were, but he is like right into it. I showed him a picture of me and Tommy Chong. He was like, "You got a picture of you and Tommy Chong?" He didn't know because he was a baby, right? Like when I was doing all that stuff, he doesn't remember any of it, right? Like,
yeah.
But no, it was pretty cool.
All right. Okay. I see we're at the top of the hour. You're gonna go for a commercial break. We're gonna stick around, Jeff, for the last segment, or are you gonna head or finish up your dinner?
I think I have to take the agents for a walk around the block.
Okay.
But I'll be,
yeah. You
but
got the
But I'll be
puppies.
listening. I'll be listening, and if you want to call me back on, I'll be available.
Okay. Well, sure. Yeah. We're here till 9. We're here till 9:30 my time, 7:30 Tamara's time, and 6:30 your time.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock right now.
Yeah.
My agents are all sitting
So
around.
if you get back before 6:30 your time, just pop back in, and I'll add you back into the broadcast. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
I said I'll stay plugged in. I'll be listening.
If we don't see you again before the show ends, thank you very much for coming on the broadcast and talking to our viewers about Michelle and the history of Michelle and why people should remember her.
And it's always good.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's always good to see you. So keep in touch, and that Michelle Rainey website is still there, and you're still manning it. Thankfully, you are. Yeah,
and actually, when we come back from the commercial break, we'll just randomly grab some videos that you got posted at the at MichelleRainey.com website, and we'll see what help spread Michelle's word.
Right on.
Okay. All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And thanks once again to Jeff Tech for being here on the broadcast. And we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're back, and it's just Tamara and I right now. Jeff Tech is off and walking his puppies. If he gets back before the bottom of the hour, he will be joining us here in the broadcast. But other than that, Tamara and I, we're going to do some talking. Oh, look at that! I think he's got it. I think he's still there. Oh,
Here.
There he is. He's gone for a walk with the dogs, and he's still with us.
Figure I'd take you with me.
That's
All
the,
right, sounds
that's
good.
the beauty of this interweb, right? The little
There's
girls.
the
Oh,
puppies.
there they are.
There they are.
They're getting older too now. How old are they now, Jeff?
They're Tuffy and Marley are 6 now.
6.
Yeah, Tuffy and Marley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I let Stitch was 16, like almost 17, and now so we had a good long run.
A lot of cannabis advocates have got dogs. Dog
We
lovers.
all have Chihuahuas.
That's my week.
I still have Chihuahuas. Like I just, he was my other, but I've got like I still have dogs. I just don't have my original crew anymore. I rescued more after, but yeah.
Right. Your hat there, Jeff. Weeds. That was yeah, there you go. Yeah. Used to be Weeds and Gift Shop, wasn't it, at one time?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, me and Lawrence Cherniak went there today. Say hi to Don and Carol. Support the
Right.
system.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. As I mentioned before the break, I'm at the website, so I got the videos here. I got this one. It's about 3 minutes long. I haven't pre-watched it, but it was the title, and it's called Medicinal Recycling.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Obviously, she's not going to be getting into the packaging and stuff like that with legalization because that happened after her time. So I would imagine this has got something to do with gardening or stuff like that for people to reuse. So.
Absolutely.
All righty. We'll bring her up and get her started.
Everyone just walks on by.
Summer is finally here and the time is right to get outdoors. Hello everyone, and thank you for watching another episode of Michelle's Medicinal Marijuana. I would like to share with you today a recycling project that Jeff and I have done recently that I'm very, very proud of. As you can see here, I have 4 by 4 by 1 foot planters that used to house my medicinal marijuana. Yes, that's right, my legal medicinal marijuana. And now it is housing a vegetable garden. We are so proud of this. We've got beets, we've got onions, and we've got radishes and carrots. This is such an environmentally friendly project that all of us should be thinking about at a time when so many people are suffering economically. Food banks especially are in desperate need of help. We have family, friends, and neighbors who have been laid off, and let's just face it, why is it that it's so expensive to buy food? And all of you out there, get involved with your communities. It's really important that we all get active. Our members of parliament in Ottawa are now returning back to their local constituencies where they'll be able to reconnect with their communities. Whether you have an environmental cause, whether you have a healthcare cause, or whether you are like myself advocating legalization of marijuana, it's very important that you let your MPs, your members of parliament, know. And I'm attaching a website at the end of this show that gives you a list of all the members of parliament in Canada, their web addresses along with phone numbers. Respectfully let them know how you feel about your community and what is going on. July 1st is upon us, and same with July 4th. All of you have a wonderful, wonderful Independence Day and Canada Day celebration. Share with others, get involved with your community. The new edition of Treating Yourself is out. For all of you out there who have never had a copy of this wonderful magazine, I am more than willing to share it with you and send it to you. You can also read it by PDF. Great websites to get on: MedPot, MedUser, Treating Yourself, Cannabis Culture, UK 420, International Canographic, the list goes on. Thank you all for watching, and have a wonderful, wonderful summer.
She stands on the corner downtown, trying not to notice the skin's burning brown. At first it seemed nothing to it.
I edited that.
And then another very
Yet
timely
again.
message. Another timely message.
Yeah.
Michelle Rainey.
Yeah.
15 years ago that resonates today with the same message, because she was very politically in tune too, because legalization of
Yeah.
cannabis was political. We had to get political whether we liked it or not. I don't know how many of us had sat in MPs' offices and protested in front of MPs' offices because of the fact that we wanted to legalize cannabis. So she, like I said, pioneered, but we all felt we just kept on pushing.
Yeah, and 17 years later, and still can't afford vegetables.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
The message is still so timely, like, so, but again, like, you think 15 years ago we were having the same issues, right? Same
Exactly.
affordability, the same problems with healthcare, the same problem with education, and here we are 15 years later with the same fucking problems.
Well, 17 years ago, our house was $40,000 underwater. We had to amortize it with a $40,000 bump. And I remember not understanding any of that. But that was that 2008 crisis that, I don't know, just kind of, it happened in a world away. And here we are in the same situation all these years later. Here it is, same bubble, same economical discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same shit,
And,
different
you
year.
talked about
Same shit, different day.
Yeah. We're just all getting a little
let's talk
cleared up.
about the advocacy work. And today we still need the advocacy work to go on, even though it's legal.
Yeah.
There's so many things that need to be changed, but it just seems things have gone quiet compared to what it used to be.
Exactly.
So,
I went down to visit. Oh, you got it. Cool.
Yep. Finish that up. Okay, I've got a video here. It's 5 minutes long. Yet again, another random one. It says marching forward. I'm assuming it has something to do along with advocacy and marching forward with fighting for patients and so on and so forth. So let's find out. There we go. I gotta get it loaded up. Missed that part. Here we go.
Cannabis-related activities have dominated the entire month of February, and as we head into March, the momentum continues. Welcome back to Michelle's Medicinal Marijuana, everyone, and thank you for watching. I am very pleased to report that President Barack Obama has complied with one of his campaign promises to no longer raid medical dispensaries in the 13 states that are legal. And in my eyes, this is one of the best promises he could have kept. And I also see the momentum continuing with other medicinal patients in the remaining states to strive for decriminalization, legalization, and the right to use medicinal cannabis. A California state assemblyman wants to legalize, tax it, and regulate it in order to help the deficit that's growing in California. Hats off to you. Congratulations. And I hope that this happens, because right now in Canada, our politicians have gone backwards and not forwards. New laws are being implemented by the Conservative government to start deterring gang warfare that's been happening recently in the Lower Mainland of British Columbia. Sadly, there's been many deaths, and some of the cause, yes, is due to illegal drug activity, which does involve cannabis. It is time to look at legalization. It is time that we become responsible. Ex-leaders of Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico have all suggested it's time to legalize cannabis. They have seen the destructive effects on their people. Last year alone, 6,000 Mexicans died in drug-related crimes. This must stop. And I implore all of you to get involved with your communities. Talk to your leaders. Talk to your officials. Start writing letters. There are so many websites and so many different organizations that can help you get involved. You just need the courage to do it. And I know it takes a lot of courage. And I will say this, I'm very disappointed in Michael Phelps. Reason being, Bonggate, okay? This is a roar. I think that if he would have admitted to using cannabis medicinally that day, for, let me see, the aches and pains that go along with a gold-winning medalist, maybe we'd be in a different situation now. Maybe he could have influenced some of the people around him to not drop his endorsements and not drop some of the engagements that he was supposed to be at. One here in Vancouver, as a matter of fact. But life goes on, and the rest of us all have to stand up for marijuana legalization and the medicinal and recreational responsible use of it. It's imperative that we do this. Yes, there are harms associated with cannabis use, just like there are harms associated with alcohol, tobacco, food, any addiction. And cannabis is a choice, okay? Cannabis is a personal choice. Some it does well for, some it doesn't. It is your own personal decision to use it. And I myself have benefited. My whole life has benefited from cannabis use. It has helped me with my Crohn's disease, and now with my struggle with cancer over the past 6 months. It has helped to alleviate a lot of the nerve damage and pain I've been experiencing from the radical neck dissection surgery that I did have 3 months ago. I want you all to know it's very difficult, and I do understand, to come out of the closet and talk about cannabis in your community. But it needs to be done. People have to understand they cannot be afraid of it. Prohibition has to end, and I know we all can work together to do that. A couple new magazines have come out recently. Of course, the new Treating Yourself, New High Times, New Weed World. I also still have my medicinal cannabis education packages available. They have been flying off my shelf and helping so many people get a legal medical marijuana exemption in Canada. Thank you all for watching. Continue the fight. And if there's anything that I can do to assist you, you know how to reach me.
Haha, good one.
There you go. Yeah, I know. Hey, yet again, another message that could be used again today. You know, it's you know, it's as if she did all this stuff knowing that it's still all relevant. You know, so.
Well, we did kick off the mandatory minimum jail sentences, right?
Yeah,
So
well, like
those never did like we got rid of those. So that bill was actually implemented, and then that was killed. So we did do that.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And,
they got ended up with this 6 months mandatory minimum for growing 6 plants.
Right. And then at the end of the day,
Right to that.
we did do whatever this legalization, or if this is what you want to call it. Right.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate that she's not here to see it, but she pioneered every step of the way for us to, like, basically put the footprints down for us to keep following.
Yeah. So, you know, it's good that the internet's there, that it allows those voices to continue on to be said.
Well, like I said, absolutely. Like, that doesn't go away, and that means that you can continue watching. Like, so those messages don't change, right? They're very timely.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like Jeff's made it back home again.
So yeah, we still got a long way to go. I mean, it's easy to feel like you're over the hump because we're here in a bubble in Canada. But I recently traveled down to Las Vegas, Nevada. I took a road trip with the dogs back in the spring, visit the old man, and I'm walking around Paradise Park, smoking my tangerine skunk, wondering, man, people are like not friendly here at all. I don't know. I take a shower every day. People say hi to me. People say hi to me walking around Toffee Stadium. Everywhere I go, I meet people. I wind up talking about the dogs. Oh, what kind of dogs are those? Oh, you know, when you mix a long hair and a smooth coat Chihuahua, you get a fluffy Tuffy and a gnarly Marley, you know? Well, I didn't get to use that. I didn't get to use that one time. 4 days, I'm walking around Paradise Park smoking my weed. Not one person came up to me. So I pulled out my handy pocket computer box and I quickly searched it. And yeah, you can buy marijuana in Las Vegas now. But it is absolutely verboten to smoke it in public, in your car, in the freaking desert.
Yeah.
In a
What
hot
is
air
it-
balloon. You
what is
can't
the
smoke
secret?
it in a HOA. You can't smoke it in an apartment. You can't smoke it in a trailer. You can't smoke it anywhere unless you own a house. And
Yeah,
even that is contingent upon your neighbors.
exactly. Oh, just
So what
gotta
the
mess.
hell? What the hell is that, man? So people by the boatload fly to Vegas. They get off the plane. They go to the strip. They go to a dispensary because there's literally one or two in every strip mall. There's a dispensary. Like you can't throw a box of Marlboros without hitting a dispensary in Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
Literally.
But
But you buy weed and you come out of there with a pre-roll and you smoke it, and Officer Friendly is right down the block ready to give you a $550 ticket. And it's a cash grab, man. And it's just like, I can't believe we've come this far to come back that far. It's the literal example of one step forward and two steps back. They go, yeah, it's legal.
You're not being fined for the actual cannabis. You're being fined for consuming it in public.
Right. And it's the same thing in Washington. It's the same thing in Oregon. It's the same thing in all these so-called legal states. It's just a loophole. It's legal for a licensed provider to sell to a store. It's legal for that store to sell to a person. But right there in the store, there's an ATM machine, and you got to stick in your credit card, and you got to pull out cash, and you got to pay the guy over here. You can't just give them your credit card. You can't just give them your debit card. It's got to be cash. And then as soon as you come out, there's a cop right across the street. There's a cop watching you, waiting for you to either fire it up or get in your car and fire it up, and then you get a DUI.
I got to assume it's all cash because banking is a big issue when it comes to cannabis, whether you're in the U.S. or Canada. But
So I go to the ATM, I pay my $2, I get my $40, I give it to you for the tangerine skunk. Now you have to pay to have an armored car pick that up once a day and take it to your bank of choice, which may or may not frown upon where that marijuana money is coming from. And then it leads people into the dark, and it leads people, they're getting ripped off. There's a plethora of these armored car companies that are all driving around to the same ends, to the same means. I mean, like, you can't just have Brinks pick it up. No, it's got to be some private, unknown, fly by night, and then these people are ripping people off because they know who's got the money. It's all insider information. And then on Friday, I got this guy, and then they get conveniently robbed, and you're just out of your tickets because you can't even prove where it came from because there's no paper trail.
Yeah, exactly. Just got a message. Got to say hello to my friend Deb. Hi, Deb.
Hi, Deb.
She would have met Michelle as well. Back with treating yourself days, for sure. Yeah. And Deb helped out at the expos. She was there in 2010. When Michelle was there, and so she would have been there as well. So, all righty. We got 5 minutes left here. Anything else offhand that you'd like to? I'm sure there's lots of stories we could talk about, Michelle. But you got anything funny offhand? End on a.
It was funny when she said. It was funny when she said write letters because I'm like, was that from the 1890s?
No, we were saying send letters because the mailroom would get them full of paper, right? And then if they had paper, they'd have to deliver them. So emails and stuff back then weren't really a real thing either, though, quite yet, because we were talking 2006, 2007, kind of that in that era. Like there wasn't, we were still writing letters. Do you remember the campaign with the postcards that Debbie did, the Maritimers United for Medical Marijuana? And we got a lot of those postcards, we mailed them all in because mailing to Ottawa was free. So we piled them full of fucking postcards and all kinds of things. And
but I don't know if you could, because you got the Canada Post going on strike willy nilly, and like you can't even trust that anymore. It's like, okay, like so you mail a letter and it might get there, it might not get there, and it's like.
In BC, we've got the revolving, strikes for the post office. Well, and then we got all the legal stores and all the BCGs on strike. So liquor stores were without booze, all the cannabis stores were without cannabis. I went to check my local store, and it was like, you got 2 different kinds of vape cartridges, and you've got like some stuff that you can like farm to, like the micros that can just sell straight to the stores, but they have nothing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go spend $93 on 7 grams, because that's what they wanted for this buck, for 7 grams of this one brand. And I'm like, I'm not spending $93 on 7 grams. So I didn't. I went out to the res, but you know what I mean? Like, that's the option that I've got, though. I would thankfully, we've got that. Some people don't have that option. Like, a lot of people don't have a close legacy, res store that's close, that's, can get to, right? In BC too, right? Yeah. And then some of the stores in Kelowna in that area got busted and they got shut down on the res. So we're lucky to still have one.
You want to tell us before we go, Jeff? You want to tell us a bit more about your cannabis products that the Bull Rider, how it's available, whether it comes in pre-rolled joints, so on and so forth?
It's actually a fascinating story. Back in 1991, a grower in California knew an international bull rider that came back from abroad, and he brought him some unknown seeds. After growing out those seeds, the grower and his buddies smoked it, and one guy goes, bull rider. I don't know, man. I feel like I fell off a bull. And so Bull Rider was born in 1991. They made T-shirts. These guys made hats. They made, ashtrays. And Bull Rider was born. So it was an outdoor strain. It grew up and down the coast in almost everybody's backyard. Anybody from San Ysidro at the Mexican border all the way up to Emerald Triangle, Humboldt County, they knew about the Bull Rider, and it was kind of an infamous strain. So fast forward. That was 91. Fast forward to 2001. I'm fresh resident of San Diego, El Cajon, the box. California. A friend of mine was, him and his uncle were growing in Lakeside, which is the next suburb over. And in San Diego, just to set this all up, people grow outside because you can put any kind of cannabis outside any time of year. And it's so close to the border with the 12-12 light cycle that it'll auto flower. Like, so you could literally put a plant out in January and 8 weeks later it's done. Put it out in July and 8 weeks later it's done. September, 8 weeks later it's done. It's just nobody. It doesn't get cold. It's 12-12, and you got May gray and June gloom, but other than that, like, it's sunny all the time. It's 78 and sunny every day. Like, they weathermen don't even get paid there. That's the joke, because it's 78 and sunny. They phone it in. It's 78 and sunny or whatever. They get the bad air warning is about all that really changes. But so buddy called me up and he's like, "Hey man, you guys check this out." And he had what he thought was a female Afghani plant grown in the backyard, along with a bunch of bull rider. So he had this one Afghani that he had cultivated from seed, and it looked like a cactus. It had a short trunk in the middle and two arms, and it was just a monster. It was a trichome. Like, the thing was covered in trichomes. And right around week 6, she turned into a he, and he pollinated all of that bull rider. So basically, bull rider Afghani was born. So he saved some of those seeds, thinking, this is, ruined the crop. Like, it ruined, it ruined his neighbor's crop. Like, it ruined crops around there for, like, if you wanna oust an outdoor grower, just grow one male and let the pollen do its thing, and that's the end of that. So fast forward to a little while later, he popped one of those seeds and grew it out, and it was looking good. It was a female. It was looking real strong, but he did not know how to clone. He called me up again, and he's like, "Hey man, do you know how to cut clones?" And I'm like, "Yep, I sure do. Come on over." So I go over there, this is outside in the summer in San Diego. So, I mean, I cut clones, but they were in bad shape. I mean, they were covered with thrips and white flies and black flies. And they had fungus gnats, fruit flies. And, I cut like 5 or 6 clones and I isolated them. I brought them home, put them in a cup, kind of forgot about them in the bathroom under 24-hour light, sprayed them with Endol a couple of times. I didn't really want them in my house. You know what I mean? Like I had a clean bedroom and a clean small little bedroom.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I was growing my strains. I had like blueberry skunk and Jack Harrer. I had the original G13 that I got from the same guy. And I mean, it was like French toast. It was really interesting strain. It grew like lamb's bread and it smelled like French toast, but had G13 and a few others. I mean, it was funny. Like the Jack Herrera was tall and the G13 was short. And it was like the zoo, but it was a whoop, 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 whoop. And then on the back burner in the spare bathroom, I got this whatever this is. He told me it was AB. He didn't even tell me what it was. He just said AB. So I didn't know what that meant. About 6 weeks, it started growing, and they cleaned it up, picked off the bad leaves, and yada yada, and transplanted it, and then eventually introduced it into my bedroom, and then eventually introduced those six clones. I took one mother and then introduced those into flowering. And 9 weeks later, that's when I had met Michelle and she came to visit me. So she got to participate in those original 6, and they were literally like 18 to 20 inches long. They were just 6 little tiny little plants because it was just, you don't know. And
No, you don't.
Being that it's an outdoor strain, you guys, the chances of it flourishing indoors, it's like 90 to 1 against you. 99 to 1. Like there's strains that are bred for indoor use, like G13 and all these other ones. They're specifically bred in the 70s to be indoor strains.
Yeah, because like the Afghani part of the name makes me think Afghan, indica. But with the description of the growing time makes me think that it's more along the sativa lines of things.
Well, that's just it. The Bull Rider is a very, very strong indica, and the Afghani was probably like a 50-50, who knows, kind of a hybrid. And, whatever came out of it, there was a lot of variance. There was a lot of variance because I made seeds myself, and then that's what I brought up to Canada. But it was very fruity. It had a very, very sativa-like smell and profile. But it was a fast sativa. It was done in 6 weeks, not like
nice.
Not like White Widow that takes like 27 weeks and it doesn't go anywhere. So it was fast. It was very dense. It was everything that you really wanted in a plant. But again, you don't know until you actually dry it and try it. So Michelle was there at the exact same time that those were ready. Well, she smoked it, loved it. I smoked it and I thought, wow, this is different. It doesn't hit you with the munchies, it hits you with creativity. Like you want to go fix something, you want to go do something, you want to go take a walk, you want to write a novella, you want to do something. So I taught her how to ride a motorcycle around the university. That was fun. She picked up on that right away. And subsequently she said, hey, we need you to come on up to Canada. So I came up to Canada the following Easter and proceeded to grow everything in the Mark Emery Cannabis Culture playbook. I mean, I had access to all those seeds, so I started growing everything I could find. And I tell you, nothing blew up my dress. You know what I mean? It just was just nothing to write home about. So my buddy down in San Diego, I had left him with a good cash. Well, he dutifully saved the seeds and sent them to me. So I got some seeds of the G13 and the AB and whatever else I was growing at the time. He had, individually saved the seeds, tagged it, bagged it, and sent it to me. So I grew it out in 2004. And then that first batch was just in time ready for July of the 5th Tokers Bowl. And people loved it. I mean, it was so fruity. It had such a strong punch, but then there was no limit because now we've subsequently found out there's no CBD. And that's just it. It allows you to, if you want to use it to make you hungry, it'll make you hungry. If you want to use it to make you sleepy, it'll make you sleepy. But it doesn't make you sleepy. See what I'm saying? Like it lets you do kind of be what you want. And I kind of look at it like it's like a master key. Like every lock has a different key. But then there's a master key that'll unlock a whole bunch of different locks. And that's what the AB is. It's just like a universal thing that everybody that smokes it the first time, they feel like they've smoked it before. It reminds them of something mostly the first time. And then every subsequent time that you smell that smell or taste that taste afterwards, it doesn't matter if it was 5 minutes or 5 years or 15 years later, somebody will walk past you on the street and go, "Is that Afghani bull rider? Oh my God." Did you know Michelle? It's like, yeah, it was her husband. They're like, oh my God, like people are just drawn to it. It's distinctive, just like she was.
It has been 15 years for me. Because Michelle gave me some when she was at the expo. And
yeah, it's distinctive with a capital stink.
Yeah. Yes. Alrighty. Just so you know, my friend Deb there, she did meet Michelle at the Treating Yourself Expo, and she says that she painted a pumpkin for Michelle's birthday. And just think it went to, I believe it did go to Marco's Vape on the Lake. And we won't be here too long, but Deb might get back to me on this. But I believe the painting on the pumpkin was Michelle as Wonder Woman. There's a picture of Michelle flying through the air or something.
Yeah.
And I believe that was the image that Deb painted on the pumpkins.
You know what happens when you drop your pumpkin?
Smashed.
Squash.
It is.
Right.
All right. We got to wrap things up. We've got another broadcast coming in behind us here on the 420 pace, so I should make sure that we get done in time. But any last thoughts, any last things you want to say before we say goodbye on Michelle or on Bull Rider, where people can, like, for example, let us know where you can find Bull Rider. Like, you got a website or anything like that?
Yeah, it's available on the OCS and on the BCCS. It's available at the Burb, Select Other. I think it's available over here at Green Star, right by me. I went in there and said, "Hey, I'm Jeff Beck," and they ordered it.
What's the name of the branding that it's under? Like what companies?
Bull Rider.
Bull Rider. It's just Bull Rider.
Yeah.
Okay, we
just
got
Bull
another.
Rider. Even though
We have another message.
Go for it.
This one comes from our friend Cheryl Rose. She says, "Afghani Bull Rider was the first strain Haley ever tried. Miss and love Michelle so much. Wouldn't be here today without her."
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah.
Haley's
just turned 33.
Right? Yes.
And remember when Michelle said she saves her pennies all year to go to Idea City? Yeah. What she really meant was that she gave Moses Neimer weed all year so she could go to Idea City.
Whatever worked. We always thought trade was better than cash anyway, right?
Yeah.
Full disclosure and all.
Yeah. Deb has confirmed a superhero cannabis woman.
Yeah.
Was the picture. But thanks for sharing your experience, Cheryl. Cheryl's making her own news. She's just pounding the stuff right now. With this microgreens and research and Health Canada research license and all of it. So
cool, impressive. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Carrying the torch, literally.
That's how Haley's sustained herself. She can actually go out and dance and party and not have to be in a wheelchair because the microgreens. like from 14, like when they sprout the second leaf and then they're so many days old and you use them like on your sandwich and you eat them. That and juicing and a keto diet has got that young lady just out. She's got a boyfriend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Haley's
She's got the backing of the university, everything.
Yeah,
It's
she's
unreal.
she's leaping and frogging. Yeah, Cheryl's done amazing.
So,
Do you
alrighty,
think
Jeff.
do you think Michelle would be proud?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Think
yeah.
she'd be proud.
Yeah.
I got my selling it right.
Okay,
Yay!
I'm gonna bring that up. I'm bringing that up, Big. There you go. Yes.
Great.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yes,
60
it
years
is.
old and I'm licensed to sell weed. I feel like James Bond.
Right? Kind of makes you sick. You walk into those stores and you realize I got busted for doing exactly what you guys are doing, fucking legally now. Right?
It's funny.
Yeah.
And a
Exactly.
shout out to Ramo Farms, Ramo Brands. Shout out to Don and Carol at Weeds. Nobody sacrificed more
Oh, they
to the
did.
judicial system than they did.
Yeah. And Sandra and Remo too. They've worked really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, at one time they employed over 260 full-time employees for the black
Wow.
market.
Oh,
Isn't that
there you
crazy?
go. Yeah, it is. That is.
Who
It's a lot of
who
people.
can say they did that, you know?
Yeah. Alrighty. Other than that, Tamara, you got anything you want to say?
Cannabis substitution program always needs help. TamaraLee9@hotmail.com, or in the mail's working, you can always mail it.
That's right. Exactly. All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, at ease.ca, limestone city hydroponics.ca, and to Jeff. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks
sharing
very
your
much.
memories with Jeff, with Michelle, and everything else that you're doing. And everybody look for Bull Rider in your local stores as well. I'll see if I can
Right
find
on.
some. I'll see if I
The
can find
views expressed in this podcast don't necessarily constitute any viable information. I'm just an
we run a
individual.
disclaimer at the beginning.
This doesn't have anything to do with SteamYard.com or its affiliates.
Remember in the 80s when we didn't take cameras anywhere because it was fucking evidence, and now we do this shit, right?
Yeah, we do this stuff, right? Yeah, we got ourselves another message. This comes from Buddy Weed. He says, "Rest in peace, Michelle. Long live her spirit, and thank you, Jeff."
Thank you, buddy. You're awesome, man. This podcast should be taken with a grain of weed.
All right. We
Smoke
gotta
them if you
go.
got them.
We got another show coming right up, so we gotta go. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you all again next week. Same place, same spot, all that other stuff. Talk to you later. Bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
First story of the day comes to us from Marijuana Moment. Headline there says, legalizing marijuana helps cancer patients reduce opioid use, federally funded study says. Legalizing cannabis for medical or recreational purposes is significantly associated with reduced opioid use among patients diagnosed with cancer, according to a new federally funded study published by the American Medical Association. And the headline there from the story, it's from Cannabis Health News UK. It says, medical cannabis and dementia. What does the evidence say? Does it help people with dementia? A smaller number of studies combined with real-world clinical experience is beginning to provide important insights into the potential of cannabinoids, such as CBD and THC, for managing symptoms and improving quality of life. But the evidence base remains limited, and there is need for more robust clinical trials to understand the long-term safety and effects. So, all right, now we're going to head over to the East Coast. We're going to head to Nova Scotia because CBC headline says, Nova Scotia man who used psychedelic tea in spiritual ceremonies sentenced. The 52-year-old Nova Scotia man charged with drug offenses linked to spiritual ceremonies. He led on his rural home using hallucinogenic brew from the Amazon will avoid a criminal record in the case so long as he follows a 3-year prohibition order. Headline comes to me from StratCan. Headline says, direct delivery, a double-edged sword for BC cannabis industry amid strike. Now, the strike has shut down BC's central cannabis warehouse and delivery system since September 22 and has created challenges for the industry as well as opportunities, according to some producers and retailers.
Watching the Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com. Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. Cheers, MJ.
Cheers, Timmy.
I love these mugs, eh?
Aren't they awesome?
So refreshing. It's good to be back.
It's awesome. I love it. I'm getting used to the bubble walls and the ghosts, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, this is our 5th episode.
That's true.
And you were telling me just a couple days ago about how like the growth of getting just comfortable with this process has been just a journey in and of itself, let alone doing the actual podcast.
Absolutely. Terrified. I was terrified the first time I came in the studio, as comfortable as I made it look.
As always.
But no, it's so true, because in coming here today, because I don't know if anybody knows, but we did the first 4 episodes in one filming. Like we did it one day.
Yeah.
So this is only the second time we've been at the podcast studio, but already on the way here, like yesterday, I was like, oh, I already got all my stuff packed. I'm like, I'm prepared. Who cares if I don't have my cards ready? I'll do them tomorrow. Like I was super chill. Yeah, it was awesome. Big difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad that we're breaking the giving you that background information that 4 of them were done in one day, but it was super cool. And it wasn't just a matter of throwing us both into the podcast world, but we threw ourselves in for 4 episodes. So it's like by the time the first episode was done, it was still a matter of like, oh, we haven't even had time to learn and to reflect and say, what did we do wrong? And we put out these 4 episodes, and I'm super happy with them. We've been getting some great responses. And if you have watched the episodes or heard the episodes, please put reviews, comments, all of that stuff helps the algorithm.
It's funny you say that it's kind of bad that we did them all in once or whatever because we didn't have time to grow. I think it was awesome.
Yeah.
I brought 4 different outfits. I changed in between every episode. Like, what did you do? You just showed up. Like, to be a guy would be like next lifetime, whoever's in charge, I would like to come back as a guy.
Now, not everybody would know this, but I actually put on a different black shirt every episode and a different pair of jeans.
Not true.
I care. I live
Not
my,
true.
my bags when we travel is I've got like 7 pairs of jeans, 7 black shirts. I switch out every single day, sometimes twice a day whenever I'm sweating on workout day, leg day.
You know, and
Never
comedians
miss leg day.
don't lie, so you know this is true.
That's right. I make an entire living off lying. It's been very hard to raise my children properly. So this morning, okay, so just to catch everybody up to speed, the newbie and the doobie.
It's funny I knew you were going to talk about this because I mentioned how chill I was about coming into the studio and how I was like, yeah, I got it, whatever. Not the same story this morning, was it?
No, it was okay. So yeah, so there was a lot of stress last time, and we ended up kind of talking through a lot of stuff, and you're ready to go. We were so pumped. We had a good night before.
You're talking last time or this time?
So going into this time now.
Okay,
so
so
we're
this
ready
time.
for this time. Everything seems different. You were even talking about how you don't even have as many cards in your hand.
We got our room upgraded. We got a suite. Like everything was going awesome.
We got a discount on the room.
We were in bed before midnight. Yeah, we had a great sleep.
Usually we're partying till 2, 3, right?
I'm a night hawk. What can I say?
Being a doobie.
Yeah.
But then our worlds collided. So the newbie and the doobie is the fact of again, this might be the first time that you're watching or listening to us. I am, as it says on my name tag, the newbie. I've tried cannabis. It wrecked my bowling score. But I am a newbie. I'm very, very, what would you say?
I want to say you're green. He's green.
I'm green.
Which is funny.
I love green.
I do like green.
So I'm very green in the cannabis space. You are the doobie.
Yes. I've been consuming cannabis for more than half of my life. We'll just put it that way. I'm not going to give you any numbers, but...
and yet still technically green.
Filled with green. I do like green.
So your green levels are always very high is what you would...
Yes, and that's actually where the issue lied was my THC levels were not where they were supposed to be this morning. I got up. I was like, okay, it's 8 o'clock. I got enough time. I did my hair. I did my face. I rolled my joints.
I did my hair and my face as well.
He did not. Well, he did, but it didn't take as long. Once again.
Granted.
Female, male, okay.
45 minutes for me.
Yeah, from complete, wake up and out the door. I had to get up 2 hours at least early. Anyways, so I got myself ready. Needless to say, I did not consume cannabis as my first thing in the morning, which I always do because as you sleep, just like if you were a cigarette smoker, your levels drop over the course of the night because you're not consuming the cannabis because I smoke it.
So, well, okay, to be fair, sometimes it feels like you're smoking all night. It's just kind of like, really?
Well, I am pretty hot, so.
Okay.
See, I'm learning.
So what I was going to say, though, to talk specifically to other newbies that might be out there, I'm completely unaware of this fact of you talk a lot about your THC level drops.
Exactly, and you've wondered this. You've actually given me, we'll say, crap, because for better terms, he's giving me trouble because I get up in the morning and I don't eat first thing. I'll smoke probably 2-3 joints with a cup of tea and eat probably around 11:30, and I've been up since 8 o'clock. I can see the look on your face right now. It's like, okay, MJ. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to boost my THC levels back to where the comfortable level for me is.
Right. Now, see, I look at it from a nutrition standpoint, but I guess it's very much the same thing. When I get up in the morning, I want to have a really good breakfast, and my breakfast is like, it gets me through.
It's a lot
to,
of
like,
calories.
yeah.
It's a big breakfast.
And I've been really proud of putting it together and working on it, and it gives me that boost for the day. But it's called breakfast because you're breaking the fast. So I need to get my.
Is that why they call it breakfast?
Yeah, you're breaking the fast because technically, unless you go to bed super late,
I'm having cannabis for breakfast because I'm breaking my smoking fast over the night.
Right, it would be it would still be called breakfast because it's breaking the fast, except yours is
with a cup of tea.
Right. So the reason why I eat and why everybody does is because they need to raise their energy levels. Got to put back because they haven't eaten for 8, 9 hours, 7 hours, I guess, depending on the person.
Food.
Right.
What's food?
So I don't equate the same importance. And again, it's a newbie talking. I don't understand. But I guess if you do put the two together, but I don't normally equate the importance of food with the importance of raising the THC level, whereas you jump to the THC level to even function to get your food. And
to function to do anything. I'm sure you've seen it. It's literally like, don't talk to me. Sometimes I can't even focus until I've had my joint. And I rolled one joint specifically for before the show because I was under the assumption that we were leaving at 10:02 and getting to the studio and getting in and recording like right away. And as you can see, there's a lot of stuff on the wall. There's a lot of prep and stuff that MJ does.
It's a flag.
Okay, stop. It's on foam, okay? It's not easy to hang that. Timmy just sits down and...
It took me more time to do my face and hair than it did to hang the flag.
Oh, stop it. Okay, that's true. But I was a little concerned with time, and I had specifically rolled one joint. I found grape backwoods. I was so excited. I was like, I'm going to roll a blunt. I'm going to have a nice blunt before the podcast, and I had it half gone. Pretty much half gone. And I was like, okay, I need to run in to the hotel really quickly.
Yes.
And then I'll be right back out. Now, you were already in the car.
I packed up the car. I was in the driver's seat. We're getting ready to go.
Yep.
And you're like, you need to double check something.
So I ran back into the hotel and I was like, okay, just wait here. When I come back out, I'll finish my joint. In all fairness, I didn't say any of this. In my, like a typical stoner. In my head, I thought it.
Yeah.
And then
I'm supposed to know this.
Okay, so what? Let me finish the story. Okay, so Timmy says that we need to go. He was going to go back into the hotel. Anyways, I ran back into the hotel, but before I left, I pointed at my eyes.
Yep. Signals.
Look. I looked at him. I was like, look at the joint. And I pointed at the joint, which was now out on the hood of the car.
Yep.
And I was like, I made the smoking sign, like I'm going to smoke that when I come back. This is what I said through hand signals.
Right.
And like a typical doobie, I assumed that my partner would know what I was trying to signal him through, hands and gestures, because any other cannabis consumer would have looked at that person and went, oh, they're putting their joint on the top of the car.
Well,
I'll wait for them to come back. Now,
in that moment, I felt like that gorilla getting taught sign language. And you're like,
but you did not ask or anything. And in all fairness, I didn't stick around. I ran right back into the hotel. Yep. But when I ran back out, I was running, I was rushing. I went for the car for the joint, and I'm like, my car's not white. And I look and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not my car. Where did my car go? And I look down on the ground and I don't see the car. I don't know why I looked down. Well, I do know why I looked down. It wasn't for the car I was looking, but then I turned around and realized that my awesome boyfriend, who is so thoughtful and didn't want me to walk the extra distance because...
Say more about the awesome boyfriend.
Sorry. I didn't think he was that awesome at the moment, okay? I was like, spun around, seen that he had moved the car closer to the door, so I don't understand how I walked out the door and past you. I pulled a Timmy move is what I did. I wasn't observant, and I walked right past the car out to where the car was supposed to be in my mind, because I've only ever dated guys who wouldn't move the car. They would be staring at their phone playing on, God, probably Tinder. I'm not even going to talk about that right now. Well, that's what you do, right? Left, right, left, left. Anyways.
Win!
Winner!
Chicken dinner. We talked about that. That's a whole other story. Anyways, go ahead.
So yeah, when I had realized he had moved the car, I gave out a little what the fuck, and like searched the ground. Now I'm like, now he's wasting more time because now I gotta find this joint, and now I'm like more frustrated. So as relaxed as I was coming into the podcast studio thinking I was being prepared and all this other stuff, we had that moment this morning that I kind of like I said, I don't function well without cannabis. It really helps. I suffer from anxiety. I suffer from depression. I literally, if I cannot consume my cannabis, would not be able to stand in a crowd and talk to people, or even not talk to people. I would feel overwhelmed. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about cannabis in a podcast on a studio that's on YouTube and Twitch and all those other places that you can find us, which I can't remember right now, and I'm a horrible promoter.
Apple
but
Podcast, Spotify.
Yeah,
you can find us there. But this is what because you weren't sure if you wanted to tell the story today, and I knew right away.
And I'm still heated about it.
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why this show is supposed to be being done, right? Is because there are people out there like me. You don't know all the newbies. We don't see the importance. In fact, that's probably one of the things attached to the stigma of it, is that people are just like, oh, they're just having a joint. But the fact is that for you, I don't know, biologically, physiology, mental, I don't know what it is, but the THC level would be, it could be even compared to the people who have that same sort of functionality problem by not getting their coffee first thing in the morning, and
a cigarette,
or having their breakfast, whatever it may be. We all kind of have those things where it's like, or their workout. We all have those things of like, I can't function unless I do this. And as a newbie, I'm still, after a couple of years, still trying to grasp the fact that you need that joint.
And you were just, I felt so terrible because I got in the car and I was like, what the heck? Like, like 3 minutes or whatever. It wasn't 3 minutes, but like to find the joint, because I don't even like to leave my roaches on the ground. Like, I will crush them to nothing, because I feel like if a young child were to come along and pick that up and think it's, even if they know it's a joint and they light it, you could get really high from that.
Be a responsible doobie.
Yes.
Just to close this off because we got a lot going on today.
We do.
From my perspective,
yes.
let me give you my perspective. I see the eye signals and things, and I'm like,
What's mean?
I'm not sure. I see that the joint is on the hood of the car.
Oh, the hand. Okay, the hand signs. Yeah.
Now, I'm not oblivious to the fact that I kind of live in the moment.
You always, absolutely.
That's why I forget where my car is. I don't even know if I've got my coat half the time. If I bring my coat places, right? Like, I would forget my pants. I could. There are times where I think I could easily walk outside and forget my pants, like that sort of thing, because I live in this moment, and so I saw all that, I understood it, but because there's still not that internal, real, deep understanding. If I was a doobie, there's not a chance I would have moved the car. My whole focus would have been on, there's a joint right there.
Exactly. That was one of the first things I had said to you.
My focus left because I still don't, it's not seen as important to me. And so what was important to me was, I want to go over and help her.
Exactly.
Get into the car.
I was running
because we were running late, and I knew she felt.
And I was
stressed.
physically running.
So I moved the car, and all I know is that I looked in the rearview mirror and saw her standing where the car used to be. Again, I don't know how she ran past the car.
I'm in a. You see what I'm wearing? I'm in a bright floral dress.
So she goes over there and she looks on the floor on the ground and does this, and in my head I'm like, oh, the joint. And it was a very, very
What
stressful,
a horrible
awkward moment.
2-3 minutes it would have been while I was looking for the joint on the ground as you're in the car going, oh great. I'm gonna have to listen to this.
And here's the thing, ultimately, it isn't. I wasn't upset that she smokes joints and that the joint was going to cause us to be late now. I wasn't, and she wasn't upset, as you, let me just clarify, you weren't upset that I had shown a nice gesture by moving the car.
No, it was sweet.
It comes down to the fact of people needing to, both sides, understanding that my side, when I see the joint, you know, you show me a Batman cowl, and my eyes are like, oh.
So what you're saying is it comes down to communication. If I would have said to you, babe, please don't move the car because when I come back, I want to finish that. Or, you know, I'm going to leave this here so I can finish it when I come back.
Yeah.
There was no verbal communication. And I feel like that, not just with this subject, but with all subjects and all problems, it's a breakdown in communication, which is why it's important for me to express how important cannabis is in my life to you.
Right.
So you can understand. And I don't mean just me and you personally. I mean a doobie to a newbie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're out there and you are a doobie, start talking about your experiences with newbies.
And talk about the deeper experiences, because I think there's a lot of newbies out there who don't see the value of it. And when you say the cannabis is important to me, most newbies go, well, yeah, it's like, oh, you just want to have another puff?
Most newbies?
Most newbies.
Doobies wouldn't say that.
Yeah, most newbies would be like, oh, you just want to have another puff, and shrug it off as, oh yeah, it's important to you, but it's not that important. But it comes down to, I think, just that understanding. And that's why I think it's important that because we've talked about on episode 1 even, you telling your story as a medicinal user and just really having that conversation to say, no, it's not just important because you like smoking joints.
Well,
it's important for other reasons. And as a newbie, I need to understand that. Now, to be fair, if it was 2 doobies,
yeah, we wouldn't have this conversation.
Well, it still might have happened because you would have still put the doobie.
No, you would have smoked it. If you were the doobie, you would have smoked it. I would have left it for you and said, "Here, kill this."
Oh, well, there
see,
you go.
but there's a difference.
Yeah,
so
yeah. You knew the doobie was safe.
It really comes down to quality of life. I just want to say it comes down to quality of life. Cannabis makes my quality of life better. If I had no taste buds, which I'll admit my taste buds are a little wonky and I can't taste very well, it affects your quality of life. If you can't taste the food and how awesome it is, you're not going to want to eat it.
Right.
So it's quality of life.
Well, that's how our day started.
Yeah.
So hopefully
hopefully
that was educational.
Moving on. You know, it's we're going to celebrate Victoria Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Victoria Day is this weekend.
Yes.
And
that's our theme of the week.
The theme of the week, because there's nothing really important about today other than the fact that we're on the air. But yeah, Victoria Day is coming up, and that's in Canada. We're a Canadian podcast.
Yeah.
In Canada, we are celebrating. It's the May 2-4 weekend.
I only know we just have fireworks. That's
we have fireworks.
Although over the past pandemic, people have been setting off fireworks on like Tuesdays and like, random day.
There's no holidays anymore. When this pandemic ends, there will be no birthdays, no holidays, no nothing. People will just celebrate things when they want to celebrate them.
Absolutely.
And I hope that happens. I hope we
should go out tonight and celebrate for something.
Let's just celebrate.
Let's do it.
Let's just celebrate.
Okay.
So Victoria Day is coming up, and I find it really interesting because number one, I think we should celebrate Victoria.
Okay.
Victoria Beckham is, to me, she's one of my top 5 celebrity crushes, and I think she definitely needs to have a day. Posh Spice to me is the top. Like, there's Alyssa Milano, Cher, Posh Spice. So to celebrate Victoria in this way, to give her a weekend, have fireworks, all that stuff, I think that's something that maybe we should just celebrate every day.
To me, it's not that Victoria. It's the Queen Victoria. You know, the one who her husband just died? The one who lives in England?
We're in Canada. We don't even...
We live under British rule. We are...
We don't live under British rule.
She is our queen.
No, she's...
Yes, she is.
We broke free. That's the whole point of Confederacy.
No, we still have to like all hail the Queen.
Really?
Isn't that how it works?
Well, they don't even. I don't even think Britain celebrates Victoria Day.
I don't know. I thought there was something about the EU or.
I don't know. Look,
I try and stay out of politics as much as possible. It's when I see an injustice, then I'll speak up. As for who I want for, president or what tax we should pay or not pay, I don't know.
Can we just agree that the Queen is useless and irrelevant, and that regardless of what it used to be, that Posh Spice should be the focus? Can we just agree on that?
Okay, you know what? This year, because we should celebrate things that are strange and random, and just for the point of celebrating, let's celebrate Victoria Spice.
Let's do that. Everybody do that, because we're in Canada. It's not even.
We're not British.
We're not. Well, we are. Oh, man, this is so
well, you just said we weren't.
Yeah, I know. It gets a little bit confusing. If you're an American right now, just understand that's really where we're at. We don't know. The Queen is on our money sometimes.
But we're nice.
But we're technically not under her rule. But I think she could apparently go to Justin Trudeau and say, you can't do that.
I thought that's why Harry moved here.
I thought Harry moved here because he liked BC.
Yeah, but they moved again. I think they're in LA. They're making movies, and I don't know.
We should have them on
anyway,
the podcast.
So what are we doing today?
If you're trying to look for actual facts about things in life, we don't pretend to know much about any of that, but we will bring it up every once in a while.
Celebrities and politics don't.
No, we'll talk about celebrities.
Well,
probably not.
Mostly you'll talk about
I will.
celebrities.
So coming up today on today's show, we've got another high five list.
Yeah. Followed by Mary Jane Strains.
And then we've got my cinema review.
And then we're going to talk about what gets me going.
There's a lot that gets you going.
Oh, stop.
And we'll be doing our very first Teaching Timmy.
That's right. We're going to teach Timmy how to roll a joint.
And I'm pretty sure that I've mastered everything else in life, and this will just be added to that list.
Yeah, well, we will see about that, won't we?
We will see. Let's talk about Mary Jane's strains. What strain do you want to highlight today?
Okay, so please forgive me because I wrote this card when I was doing all of my prep last time. So it's really full of a lot of words, and I don't know if I want to read them all, so I'll just pick out the important parts. Our strain of the week is by a company called Soleil for sun.
Soleil.
No? Soleil.
Soleil.
No? Okay. Apparently we don't know language either. It's actually, the strain is called Free, which is interesting because it was not. I had to pay for it. Okay. And it's actually a strain called Treasure Island. They just changed the name called Free.
Of course.
Because it is extremely high in CBD and less than 1% THC.
All right. So for the newbies,
yes. So good
CBD,
for the newbies.
THC. What's the difference?
Well, THC is, I want to say that cannabinoid CBD is non-psychoactive, but there's actually misinformation there. It can make you feel certain things. However, it's less. Like there are people that it's generally derived by hemp, but this one is a CBD cannabis plant. Okay. So it does have a small portion of THC, but not enough that you would feel an intense, your bowling score would not suffer. Let's just say
all right.
that.
So
Timmy,
for the
okay?
bowlers out there, this is a good one.
Yes.
Free.
Yes.
Free to bowl.
So the terpenes that you can find in this strain are caryophyllene or caryophyllene. Not sure the pronunciation on that. There's limonene, myrcene, and pinene. The feelings that users express are happy, calm, and focused.
Okay. Happy, calm, and focused.
And as usual, Timmy, can you give me some possible side effects? Come on.
Drowsiness?
No.
Sleepiness?
No. You're thinking of high THC.
Oh. So side effects for CBD?
For cannabis.
Side effects for cannabis. Oh, red eyes?
Yes.
Dry mouth?
Yes, that's it. Those are the two major. And I will just say.
So for newbies out there, literally just expect that to happen.
Those are the two main, as I'm cotton mouth over here. That is literally dry mouth.
I feel that
red
now,
eyes.
and I'm not even I'm not even smoking.
Well, there is a discussion one day we're going to have on second-hand consumption.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, because he says he doesn't get high from
No,
being around me.
I believe that in 2 years now of being in close quarters with you and traveling in cars and being in houses, and I have never ever experienced secondhand. So I think I've debunked it. My personal
I
life.
have hotboxed you in a car a couple times that we've stayed at hotels and
Yeah, you're like,
in the
"Just come sit in
winter,
the
and
car
I'm like,
before we
yeah.
go in."
And then like, just one more, babe, just one more.
Those are the moments where I go, that's why you don't find very many newbies and doobies in relationships, because as a newbie sitting there
In the
getting hotboxed in a
car.
car on a freezing cold night, I'm just like, I really just want to go to the hotel. You know, if you didn't smoke, we could just go into the hotel.
And you know what? If the hotel was cannabis friendly, we wouldn't have this conversation.
Well, that could be a conversation for another day.
It would be too, wouldn't it? We'll have to get our friends from High B&B on. Okay, so some of the activities that people say they like to do with this strain are cleaning, socializing, and playing games. So, you know, board games, cards, video games,
Right, so
whatever
it's
your
kind of-
game is.
So it's a happy, upbeat, and yeah, I can see the focus too, right?
Yeah.
A game like Monopoly, you know, you want to be happy and focused.
I could see you writing, to be honest, on CBD. I could see you being focused to write.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So if I was to ever smoke again,
I don't even know if I would say smoke. I think, honestly, for you, it would be in a tincture form,
okay,
like
well,
a CBD tincture.
yet another term that I'll have to learn on another day. So
That's true.
We'll talk about tinctures at another time.
That's true.
Fantastic. Okay, so Free, also known
Free
as
by
Treasure-
Soleil.
By Soleil.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. No?
No, I don't even think that tune is anything close to. Oh, that is, yeah.
Is that cultural appropriation, or is that,
Yeah, I
is
think-
that allowed? I'm
yeah.
sorry. I just want to
No, we-
apologize to anybody if I offended
No,
anybody.
we literally, I think we could be canceled at any moment based on a whole lot of stuff. In fact,
Well,
the
in
longer this
that
show goes
case-
on, the longer this show goes on, and the more comfortable we both get, and we really let our minds go.
The less clothes we might have.
You might as well watch all these episodes now, because
We'll be on OnlyFans.
eventually we'll just start saying what we really think about things, which we're trying to you're afraid to say certain things, but I got a feeling that once we get completely comfortable here, this podcast will be canceled. So, yeah.
Cancel
Not
culture.
by us.
Moving on.
Yeah, let's not get into that. All right, so my high five list.
High
for today.
five.
High five. Bam. My high five list today. MJ has been, one of her projects has been to expose me to cannabis movies, pop culture.
Cinema.
Pop culture.
Cinema.
Pop culture cinema. Spelled S-I-N.
I'm so proud of that. I just have to say
It's a great name.
Cinema.
Cinema. And my cinema review will come out right after this high five list. But normally the goal will be to review a weed cannabis focused pop culture,
Like a stoner culture
movie.
Yeah.
Right. And then I'm going to review it. But this time I wanted to go a different route to try to stay in the theme of Victoria Day weekend.
Okay.
And so what I decided to do was, because my shelf has none at home of any stoner movies,
Okay.
I looked at my movies and said, okay, which movies would I have that might be way better if I was a stoner? So I wanted to look at my own personal collection. So every movie that's on this high five list, this is the top 5 newbie movies that I actually own that could be a stoner movie and maybe even be more enjoyable than I found them. Okay? So we get that?
So you think these movies would be better if you're high?
I think they might be. I can see aspects in
Okay.
every one of these where I'm just like, okay. If
I don't know
wasn't-
if I'm going to be able to answer this question because I think if I've seen these movies, I probably was high.
was, right. So these are movies that me as a newbie just owns. I think they're good movies, but
Okay.
I think they could potentially.
Okay. We might have to ask some people to do some research and watch these movies.
Yeah. Well, actually, when
Sober.
when you watch this video or listen to it in podcast form, comment and sit there and let us know whether or not these are more enjoyable.
Okay.
And if you have other movies like that where someone goes, hey, you know what? This movie was all right, but then I was smoking and it became even more enjoyable. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't change everyone's perception, but here we go. So you ready for this?
Yes.
I actually brought the movies.
Okay. Are you going to show them too?
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay.
So top 5 newbie movies
Okay.
that I actually own
Okay.
that might be better as a stoner flick. Okay?
Number 5.
Okay. Number 5, right here. Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Have you seen it?
I've seen it as a child, and it was hilarious.
You should see it as an adult.
I
Now,
think we should.
1993,
Okay.
so it's an oldie, but a goodie. Mel Brooks, okay, king of spoof, known for Spaceballs, The Producers, Blazing Saddles.
Okay.
Okay. He did this. Now, why would it be a good stoner movie? Men in Tights Dancing would be
Okay.
one. Okay. There's Wandering Moles, Fourth Wall Breaks, Dave Chappelle, and Dave Chappelle
Wait,
and
Dave
Sir
Chappelle's in
Patrick
that?
Stewart. Okay. So Professor X, Captain Picard,
Okay.
they're in the same movie. Like right away, mind blown. Tell me a stoner would be like, what is happening
Okay,
here?
all I remember is it's a corny movie, right?
It is a corny movie. yeah.
Okay. So
Which you
I
said
like corny
makes,
movies.
makes good stoner flicks.
I think this one could be a good stoner one.
Right now, because what really, and if you think about it, Men in Tights in general is amazing. So I just
there's
want
no weed in it.
There's no these are not. They have no weed or
Okay.
stoner stuff in it.
Okay.
But if you watched it as a stoner, now look. So what do you think of Men in Tights? What do you think?
Did you take that out of my drawer?
So these are TikTok pants.
Oh my gosh, you took my pants.
They make
You're not even wearing them right. Oh my god.
they make it. You literally have to drop your butt into it
You're-
and cinch them up.
Can I help you?
I just wanted when I knew that I was going to be
Oh my
talking about
God.
when I knew I was going to be talking about Men in Tights, I decided I had to wear
I don't
them.
even want to admit that you wear them better than me. Okay, like I'm
They feel so
just
good.
gonna take a drink. They're not even on right. You gotta fix them.
All
No, don't. You're gonna stretch them.
Right.
Stop.
So Men in Tights, funny no matter what, right? Fair enough. Okay, number 4 on my list of top 5 newbie movies that I actually own that might be better as a stoner flick. The movie Clue. Okay.
Okay. That is a good movie.
1985. Okay.
You made me watch that. That is a good movie.
Based on the board game Clue, one of the most amazing adaptations from a board game or a video game to a actual movie. Who do we got in that? We got Christopher Lloyd, Tim Curry, Michael McKean, Madeline Kahn, Leanne Warren, Martin Mull. Like back in the 80s, we're like this.
Tim Curry.
This is
He
the
plays
cast of
such
cast.
good characters.
Okay, it is a nonstop. It's manically funny. Like it is. It is just a wild, crazy thing, and that to me, that's something that things that are just like.
It is rather
going.
long though. Like it drags out. Whether how long the movie is in time form, it feels like it's long and the house is
disagree.
dark and I don't
disagree.
know. I don't agree with that. It's a good movie, but I found myself like going, "Is it over yet?"
Well-
but I will say the ending. Like
There are
I was
3
like,
endings.
"Oh."
There are 3 endings.
You telling me I only seen one ending?
There's ending A, B, and C. When they threw it in the theaters, you didn't know which ending you were going to go see. Seriously.
Oh,
you gotta
that's
check-
that's a genius plan.
blow your mind. You'd be like, could you imagine if you watched the first one?
I'd be so upset if
And
I went
then-
like 6 times
and then
I
you're
only
smoking
seen one
joints,
or
you're
2
hanging out with
endings.
your people, right? You're sitting down and you're watching Clue again, and and people are just like, I swear I did not remember this.
They did that in the Butterfly Effect.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if they did that in the movie Titanic? And it didn't sink?
Wait, don't ruin the ending. I haven't seen the movie.
Oh,
True story.
God, oh my God.
True
Okay.
story. True story.
This
I
is
haven't-
our conversations at home. I was like, you've never
I've
seen?
never seen it. Never
Like
seen
he didn't even know who Harold and Kumar was.
it. I do now though. I might do a review on that one. Okay, so far here we go. So we got Robin Hood, Men in Tights, Clue. Number 3, newbie movies that I actually own that might be even better as a stoner flick. It's Mystery Men. This movie here, this is a movie I would make. Okay,
It's a good movie.
okay, it is just the disco theme. If you've ever seen Mystery Men, you need to see it. This is, in my mind, what is it that engages with the stoner mind? And this movie has like it's
got superheroes.
It's constantly moving. It's bright colors. It's got like a 70s disco vibe. It's got a great soundtrack.
Is that Cisco or Drew Hill?
Who's Drew Hill?
Oh.
Cisco?
Cisco. Oh, never mind.
Is he the rapper?
Yeah.
Isn't he the guy who talks about the Speedos? Didn't you do a song? Didn't you do it like a song on?
Oh my God, this is Roger's video. Did you not return this? I'd be even funnier if it was Blockbuster.
Statutes of limitation. But it's like it's color. It's moving. You get close-ups. You get, and to me, if I put myself and go, what is happening in a stoner's mind? That I think a movie like this that is just, it's so quirky and weird and it's just so it's not traditionally shot. The sounds are weird.
It's got the Invisible Man in there. So when I was in like grade school, they said, "What's your dream car?" They didn't ask me what car is around that you wanted, that, what would you want to buy? They said, "What's your dream car?"
Right.
So I answered that I wanted a stretch, like a limo, Corvette convertible.
Yep.
Watch the movie Mystery Men.
Watch Mystery Men.
My car is in that movie.
Tell you, take a puff with this movie and enjoy the ride.
Yes.
Okay. 2.
It's not in my car.
Number 2 on the list of newbie movies that I actually own.
Okay.
That might be even better as a stoner flick. Okay. This Hidden Treasure, you're not going to see it on here. This isn't, it's not even on here. But the Hidden Treasure came in this holiday family collection of movies. Okay. The movie is called Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Oh my goodness.
1964 sci-fi. It's got a 2.7 rating on IMDb, a 2.7 rating on Netflix, and a 27% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. So at least it's consistent. Often rated as one of the top 10 worst movies of all time. Most of the time hits at least in the top 100 movies of all time.
And you own that.
When my sister and I found it in this treasure trove of like cheap holiday movies, this is a movie that every stoner needs to watch. Santa Claus, watch it. Remember how we're talking about after, like when COVID ends?
Yeah.
Don't worry about waiting till Christmas.
No, Christmas in July. We'll have it
celebrate.
whenever it is.
Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. Okay, it's a Christmas film that includes kidnapping, mistaken identity. We got murder, sabotage, and it's all by Martians who want Santa Claus. Okay. The stars of the movie: Momar, Kimar, Gurmar, Voldar, Stobo, Bomar, and Dropo, all going after Santa Claus. And it's a story of intrigue and 1964 sci-fi. You got to watch this high. I thoroughly enjoyed this not high, and I imagine if a stoner watches this movie.
Okay.
Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. And here we go. Number one on Timmy's list of newbie movies that I actually own that would be better as a stoner flick. There we go. Spice World, my friends. Spice World.
I would have to agree because I didn't like that movie when I was a child. So
look,
it has to be better stoned.
This movie is entirely underrated in general.
Oh no, were those fighting words?
Listen to me. Listen to me. All right. I'm going to go right in order to explain this. This is why I chose it today as my cinema review.
Okay.
Because I'm going to explain to you the amazingness of this movie. And I think for sure would be a good stoner flick.
Okay.
Here we go.
Are you doing cinema review before I do this?
I'm going to do cinema review.
Okay.
Here we go. My cinema review of Spice World. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Posh, ginger, scary, sporty, baby, and posh on a non-stop crazy adventure in a tricked-out Union Jack-covered double-decker bus with a bomb on it. A ba? Not a ba. A bomb. Spice World will make you laugh, cry, and at times wonder out loud, what am I watching? I'll tell you what you're watching, what you're really, really watching. I'll tell me what I'm watching, what I'm really, really watching. You're watching Posh Spice and Pure Genius. The cinematic treat is a bold, colorful, irreverent, funny, and refreshingly self-aware, semi-biopic gaze into the highs, lows, and middles of fame. All through the eyes of the absolutely undisputed greatest musical group to come out of Britain. Will they get to the Royal Albert Hall? Will the band break up? Will Posh get more screen time? Will Damien be successful? Will Nicola have the baby? Will our heroes be there for her? Blah, blah, blah. None of that matters because Posh Spice. Top 4 heart-stopping, edge-of-the-seat, tell-your-grandchildren moments in film history. Michael Keaton's I'm Batman. Snow White summoning the forest creatures in Shrek 3. That's so hot. Ah! And then Cap unleashing hell on Thanos with his final Avengers Assemble. And then there's finally Posh freaking Spice driving the Spice Bus through London, England like the Queen freaking Mother. Once again, carrying her spicy sidekicks on her very thin but super strong shoulders, Posh takes control and, driving the fine line between masterful and reckless, embarks on a hair-raising bus ride that would make Keanu Reeves drool before going all Dukes of Hazzard times 10 over the River Thames. Nailed it. Let's be honest. You want to be watching this flick. The Fab Five, or 6 if you count George Harrison, without a doobie, is an incredibly memorable journey. But with a doobie, it is probably a mind-altering trip of a lifetime. High or not, this movie will spice up your life. Colors of the world!
Spice up your life!
Every boy and girl!
Spice up your life!
Prevail of the world!
Spice up your life! Ah! What? That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
That's what I got. There you go.
I was surprised you remembered those words.
Top 5 list and a cinema review blended together.
Did you write those words down?
I wrote that.
The people of the world?
I wrote people of the world.
Ah, see, I knew you wouldn't remember the
I
lyrics
can't
on your
remember
own.
lyrics.
You should have did the spice up your life part.
Spice up your life. Okay, so there you go. Top 5 cinema review, all blended together magically.
Okay. Boom.
Send me a message if you want this written out. I'll send it to you.
That's funny.
So, what's got you?
Oh, okay. So I want to talk a little bit before I get into what gets me going about cannabis sales since the pandemic started. So we're going to go December 2019, comparable to December 2020. Now, this is not a reflection of the sales that have taken place over the year. It's just the month of December. Okay. And I went to Statistics Canada, like their website, to find all this stuff out. So for flower, in 2019, there was 5.4 million units sold.
Okay.
This is a unit.
Okay, 5.4.
5.4 million.
Units.
2020, 7.1 million. So
Okay.
from 5.4 to 7.1.
Yep.
Edibles, 83,000 units to 2.3 million. That's a big jump.
Okay.
Extracts, 600,000 units in 2019 of December to 1.8 million. It's another big jump.
Okay.
Extracts include any sort of like tincture and that. So, and then they have topicals. Topicals were just literally starting into the market. Just over 300 units, not 300,000,
Right.
300 units. Fast forward December 2020, 18,000 units.
Okay, so there's been a huge jump.
Massive jump. Whether it's people are at home, so they're having more free time on their hands, or because they're not traveling, they have more money
Yep.
to spend on these things. Maybe it's because now that it's legal and these things like edibles, extracts, topicals are now on the market,
Right.
which is now opening up the gate to people who have been smokers or whatever, non-smokers, and want to try cannabis but don't want to smoke.
Okay.
They can eat it, they can rub it on them, they can have it in a bath, they can, drop it in a tincture, smoke it in a vape pen. The options are really endless now. So, and then that leads me into a frequent thing that has been happening in the news recently with cannabis consumers not taking care of the items that they've purchased.
And this really gets you going.
It really does get me going. Oh, darn, as I'm thinking about this, I didn't send the photos that I wanted to include on the thing, which you can pull them up online with a very quick search. There are companies like Wish and Alibaba that are selling packages, just packages, cannabis packages, to the legacy. I like to call it legacy market. It's the gray market, black market, illegal market, whatever you want to call it. They're not regulated by the same rules that the legal market is. For example, with packaging, the legal market says there's to be no fluorescent or bright colors. The color of the actual packaging must contrast their label, which is yellow and red, and that's their warning label. It must be on all packages.
Yeah.
Must be in a child-proof container. Like it goes on and on. Like it is very extensive when it comes to the legal market.
Right, and as it should.
It should apply to both, and this is where I'm going. Like I feel this the same way about food. Food companies should all put the same. I want to see your ingredients. I want to see, like, are you using coconut oil or are you using palm oil? Like, what are you using in your product? But for example, like in the legacy market, we're seeing colorful packaging that looks like a Doritos bag or a Sour Patch Kids bag, and it says Stony Patch Kids on it or Stoner Patch, and it literally looks the exact same. If you take the product out of the bag, the Doritos bag that they sell that has a little tiny label on it that says like whatever milligrams, and it's not the exact milligrams, because I'll tell you how they're making it. They're buying a bag of Dorito chips and opening them up and spraying their cannabis tincture or whatever distillate on it, and then putting it back into these packages and selling it to you for $25 a package for 5 chips. 5 Dorito chips that they've sprayed God knows what on, and then they end up getting in the hands of children, animals, and I can guarantee you a small child is not going to notice the little cannabis leaf on the corner of the package when the product looks like Doritos or gummy bears and there's only 5 in the package.
Well, even if the package looked like a Doritos bag and had a cannabis leaf on it, a small child's not going to know that it's a cannabis leaf anyways.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like there is a company that is Legacy Market that I purchase or like I get stuff from. I love them. They make really yummy edibles in higher doses, in low doses even. I have them make me extremely low dose stuff because I don't like the higher edibles. 10 milligrams is still too much for me. I do 5. And I don't want to get from the cannabis store a little gummy and bite it in half. It just doesn't seem right to me. But with their chocolate bars, their packaging is one color. There's a picture of like a shadow, like it's a silhouette man on it. There's no bright colors. There's nothing catchy for children. Like I know alcohol, people could sit here and be like, oh, well, alcohol makes like cupcake flavors or like juice flavors and vodka and whatever. But they don't sell them in juice boxes that say Allen's on them or McCain's. Like they're not in child-friendly packaging. We should, as cannabis consumers, yes, it is a plant. Yes, we want freedoms and all this stuff, but we should be conscious and be responsible and not just teach our children, but lock up your stuff. Like my kids are older, okay? If I had small children at the house, or like I keep my edibles in the fridge. I teach my children. I have a 16-year-old and a 12-year-old, and they know this is mommy's medicine, this is mommy's food, don't eat it. If I had small children that I felt wouldn't be able to, know the difference, I would have in my room one of those little bar fridges with a lock on it, and I would make sure that I kept all of my stuff in there because I'm responsible. And that's my point behind this. This is what really gets me going. I feel like as cannabis consumers, we can do better. That's all I'm saying is we can do better. We can boycott these products. We can say, I'm not choosing to spend my money there. Like I was going to buy some to bring here to show, and it's literally Doritos sprayed with a tincture. I can make that at home if you want it. Call me. I'll make it less than $25. Like I'll teach you how to make it. It's just, it just gets me going. That's all I wanted to say. It gets me going, and I just feel like we can do a lot better.
Well, it's good. I'm glad you did say it, and that's I think one of the things attached, one of the stigmas attached to the cannabis community is a sense of irresponsibility. I think that is something that is attached that people on the outside are thinking these people, they don't care, and You know, I think in every world and in every subculture, there will be people who will be responsible and won't be responsible.
Right.
And so I'm glad you brought it up, and I think that's something that.
Oh, and on a side note, I just want to say you actually had sent me another article that just came out recently that the makers, the people who make Skittles and Doritos and all that stuff, they're actually going after those companies that
Yeah,
make
because I
those.
asked you, I looked at the packages and they looked exactly the same, and I was like, how are these people not getting sued?
Right.
And apparently they are. So
good for the company
what,
who
what was,
like
what was your
Skittles.
phrase there? We can do better.
We can do better.
We can do better. We can do better. All right, we have to. We got to wrap this thing up, but we do want to. Let's do a quick tutorial because we are. We've been having a good. See, you definitely.
Wait, how much time do we have?
You have definitely felt more relaxed in this one. Though.
I know, because I keep cutting you off.
No, it's been fantastic. I can see it right away.
Are we going to get to the rolling? Because like that actually. How long do we have?
I don't know. Let's just do the rolling.
Okay. I've got a picture here, 3 different types of joints.
Let's roll these joints.
4 different types of joints.
Because I think this is something I'd hate to say it at the beginning of the podcast and then not do it because this could be a real treat. So let's do it. And hey, if you need to go somewhere, then go somewhere. Push pause and then just catch up with the podcast and the video later. But let's find out how to roll a joint, and this will be my first time ever. Just so you know, this really is my first time ever. This isn't one of those things where I'm like, you know, MJ showed me how to roll the joint before, and now we're gonna come on here and pretend that we're teaching Timmy. I have seen her roll them. In fact, I can honestly say I don't think I've paid too much attention to it. Usually I'm doing something and she's over there doing it. She's just going, I'm gonna go roll the joint, but I have never done it. This looks like a lot of work. Right away, I am somebody who avoids work.
Okay, so I am on you there with that. Okay, so I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, but there are many different tools that you can use when doing this.
Okay.
You need to break up the cannabis. You can use scissors, you can use a grinder.
Okay.
I prefer a grinder. I like the Medtainers.
Okay.
Medtainer because it's airtight, waterproof, smell-proof, has the grinder on the bottom, but is also a container.
Oh, it's a container and a grinder.
It's a Medtainer.
From
Medtainer. You can also get little grinders like these.
Okay.
Which have a bottom to catch all your crystal. That's the trichomes that stick to the outside of the cannabis.
Right.
And then we have an electric grinder, which is over here, which is not plugged in. We're not going to use today. I'll just put that over there so you can see. It's rather dirty and old and looks like a coffee grinder, but it's actually an herb grinder. There's a difference. I just want to point that out. So I'm going to give you the I Am Your Grinder.
Okay. I have never even, I don't even think I've like handled a grinder.
No. So we're gonna take it apart just like that.
On my tray?
Yep, you're gonna need your tray.
Oh, hey, someone used it.
I did use that one on May the 4th.
Be with you, and also with you.
And you. And you!
This is a lot going on here. Oh, this is a Darth Vader one.
Okay, you can put the lid down.
Okay, this is the lid?
That's the lid.
I don't need the lid.
Don't need the lid. I want to point out that we're using some Blue Dream today from Spinach.
Wait, can I move this so that I can...
Yep.
Okay.
Move that back out of the way. So we're going to take the cannabis and put it into the bottom of the Medtainer.
Okay,
like
just drop
so.
in the can. Okay.
Yep. And if you don't want to touch the herb, there's also, you could do this way. Do this way.
See, okay, I can honestly say, newbies, listen to me.
Oh.
This stuff does not come off your fingers.
He's speaking from experience. I had him trim one day.
Just cut these things off the branch. And I started to pull them off the branch with my hand. And it's like, it's a horrible feeling. Look.
The best was when he went up to the kitchen and tried to wash his hands with dish soap, and I laughed because I knew it wasn't going to come off. It just makes it stickier.
Don't do that. Okay, so life hack right here. You can pick it up with that thing. Okay, so newbies,
you can just put that right inside.
If you're ever rolling with doobies, that's how you do it. Okay, then put that in there.
Yep, and then we're gonna spin it to crush it. Not too much because we don't want it too fine.
Not too fine. I'm too fine.
That's right. I won't disagree.
Okay. All right. So.
And then we're gonna carefully dump the busted up cannabis onto the tray.
So we're grinding
I say
it.
carefully because I don't want you to drop any.
Okay, so this here is the first true lesson for those that are listening on a podcast. Find us on YouTube at The Newbie and the Doobie because not much to hear here.
No, there's not much to hear here.
Okay, but
So we've
stay
got the
tuned. I'll
cannabis.
try to describe it. So I've ground my cannabis.
Yep, and then you're going to dump
Not
the
too
cannabis
fine.
onto the tray.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then you can set the grinder aside.
Sweet.
You're
okay.
done with that.
All right.
Now, some people use these little tools to roll a joint
Okay.
where you fill up the cannabis in
I
here.
am the tool.
Well, I was going to say we're not going to use a tool today because of that exact
I
reason.
am the tool.
But you can purchase these, and they will help if you struggle actually getting the knack of rolling it.
So it's like a little. It's like a paper towel roll, double paper towel roll for those listening.
I think it looks like a little sushi roll. Don't they have those for sushi?
I don't know. I've never had sushi.
Oh, me either.
Hmm.
Okay. I guess we should stick to the things we know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I brought 3 different types of papers, the original, the fine, and the super fine.
Wow.
If you are new at rolling,
Yeah.
I would suggest the original because it's thicker and it's easier to get a better
Yeah.
wrap on.
Yeah.
If you use the super fine, it's for the more expert roller.
Yeah.
So a person like yourself who's trying to roll new might tear the paper.
Right, but
I know
I'm
what you're going to
super
say.
fine.
Okay, well, if you'd like to make it
I'm
more
s-
difficult for yourself,
I'm super
Mr.
fine.
Tool,
How hard can it be?
Timmy the Tool.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as good when you
I was
say
going
it.
to say, I didn't like the way that came out either.
All right, so I just peel this paper out. Just
Sure.
take one out.
Yep.
Well, it's super small.
Okay, so here's another tip I was going to say, is you can actually attach 2 papers together
Oh.
like this. When you lick one, you can attach it like that.
Oh, I gotta lick it?
How do you expect it to stay?
Super fine. Okay, where do I lick it?
Okay, do you see on one side of the paper at the top?
Yeah.
It's got a line that's like shiny. That's your glue. It's like an envelope. When you lick it, you need to stick it.
George killed somebody when he made her lick envelopes. You know George Costanza? It was in the news, I'm pretty sure.
No. Was he the guy who was left at the hotel naked, tied to the bed, with none of his, with all of his stuff gone?
That was our last Friday.
I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
All right. I always forget what we're allowed to talk about on air. Okay, so I just lick it.
And stick it just like that
Stick it anywhere on the other one?
at the bottom.
Okay. All right. So we're sticking it on the bottom.
Yep.
All right. There we go. My first lick and stick. My first lick and stick right here. There we go. All right.
Okay. So holding the paper like so.
We're holding the paper like so in between my fingers.
Yep. We're going to, I always find the further down you put your hand, the more support you have underneath.
Okay. All right.
Because we're going to use
Oh,
the
I have
other
to use
hand.
my fingers? Wait, can I just dump it through from the tray?
No. You need to stay over the tray as well, or else you'll make a big mess.
Okay, like this is, I'm not even trying to overact on this. As a newbie, I'm just word to newbies. Look, maybe try it for fun, but this stuff does not come off your skin. It really, it doesn't. It's horrible. It's horrible. I don't care what happens. You know, you need to keep your THC levels up. That's fine.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. You don't need to be greedy and try and put all the
Okay.
weed in the paper.
All right.
Sometimes you have enough weed in there, you don't need to put all of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to
But
tilt this down.
I got 5 movies to watch this afternoon.
So then you're going to use your hand
Yep.
to smooth the cannabis out so it's
Yeah, so I'm
even all the
smoothing.
way through.
Okay. Smoothing it. Yep.
So when you think you've got it flat
Yep.
across,
It's very flat, just like the earth.
we're going to fold up the bottom side like so.
Okay. Yep, I got that.
Okay, and then we're
Yep.
going to just do a rolling motion back and forth.
Okay.
And you'll notice you can fold the paper right up.
Okay.
And what you're doing is you're rolling the joint in the bottom of the paper, so you're getting it across.
Oh.
You see?
Yeah.
Now you pull the paper down.
I've got this. I've got rogue
Okay, do
weed.
this. Watch here.
I've got rogue weed.
Watch here.
Rogue weed.
Stop it. Slide this paper down.
Yeah. Oh, and then I can
and
pour
then
out the
you
rogue
can
weed.
Tuck it under.
Okay. And then I can get rid of the rogue weed.
The rogue weed will fall after. Don't worry about it. Do this if you're worried about the rogue weed.
Okay. All right. Yep. Got it.
Now continue rolling upwards.
And then just keep rolling.
Just keep rolling it up.
Well, how hard is this? It's not even hard at all. The hardest part of rolling a joint is the 3 hours of washing my hands
that comes after. Okay, right there. Stop.
I knew I shouldn't have done this.
Okay, you need to leave the top because that's where the sticky part is.
Yeah, that's where. It's a good thing I.
So you need to lick that.
Yeah, but it's got weed on it. I don't want to. You're asking me to lick it. The paper has weed on it. I did not know what I was getting into.
I'm glad that this is the thing that makes you go, I don't want to do that.
This legitimately, I need someone else to lick this. Okay, all right. No, I'm going to do it. I can do it. I'm a grown-up.
Okay, lick it. And then stick it. Keep rolling.
Jeez.
Keep rolling up. Quick.
You must really need your THC levels up
like
high, or else
crying right now.
Why would you go through this if you didn't?
I'm legitimately crying right now.
Okay, all right. I don't think I licked it enough. Oh, man.
Don't overlick it. You'll lick all the glue off.
Oh, is it possible to eat too much weed, like to lick too much weed?
Okay, now set it down so it'll dry, because I think you might have put too much saliva on it. So in this little package here, which is supposed to be a portable ashtray, I like to keep my filters, which I make from old coupons from Wendy's that they send me constantly because I don't eat fast food anymore.
No wonder it takes you so long to have a joint.
Well, I normally don't teach somebody who freaks out about the dusties on their fingers. Just over the tray.
Yeah. Okay.
Over the tray.
Seriously, podcast people, go to YouTube. This is worth it at this point right now.
It is definitely worth it.
Right.
So you're going to take, I like to use a filter because I don't like to get that, those chunks in my mouth. Like if I'm going to eat my weed, I want to bake with it. I don't want to
I didn't even want the little chunks in my mouth.
Okay, so you take the piece of paper.
Take a piece of paper, yeah.
And then we get it started rolled in,
Yep.
just like that.
Roll it in.
Roll
so
it
we're making
in.
a very, very tight roll of the paper.
Yep, and keep going all the way.
Okay. How big does the paper need to be?
I generally pre-cut them. They're about the width. If you buy like zigzag papers or any sort of Gize pack or paper that has a lid, most people just generally cut the lid apart.
Geezer pack.
Gize. I'm not sure if it's
For the
Gize
older
or
people?
Giza, but I don't like Giza because it sounds like geezer,
Geezer.
right?
Okay.
I love Gize people and papers. They're awesome.
Okay, so I rolled it up and that goes inside.
So yeah, you take it, and if you have enough space in there, you can stick it in the one side. If not, you have to knock some out. But I think you should be okay.
Which side to put it in?
The bigger side.
Okay.
There isn't a discussion on that. Most people like to filter. Well, some people like to filter the smaller side because they don't keep their roaches.
Right.
So they like to smoke as much of the joint as possible. But I like to keep my roaches and smoke them later for the
sure.
CBG factor.
I know a family who has roaches. They're trying to get rid of them, though.
Different. Okay. So these are desirable roaches.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay.
So I like to do the bigger side because I keep mine.
All right. So the paper's slowly kind of unfolding so it fits properly.
So yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like that earplug you were trying to use the other night.
Oh, yeah, those earplugs were horrible. Okay, so if I stick this in my ear, do I get high?
No.
Okay.
So you pretty much rolled your first joint.
And then I just pinch off the bottom part?
You can, yeah. Just twist it up a little bit. And I'm going to check here what type of joint you rolled. Is it a straight with filter? Is it a cone?
Oh, it is a nice...
No filter?
It is a nice looking joint.
You know,
Okay.
I'm going to
Ladies and gentlemen, my very first joint.
Look at it's not bad for a newbie.
Ha ha ha! That's right, because I'm awesome.
Let me see how much space you got in here. Oh, and the filter's good too.
Wait, producer Eric, come get a picture. Quick.
I thought you were going to make him
producer
smoke
Eric. We're hoping he's hearing us right now.
So the different types of
Oh,
joints.
Oh, look, producer Eric's taking a picture.
The pinner.
There we go. Okay.
There's a pregnant with filter.
Yep.
Or without filter.
Yep.
Cone, no
Yep.
filter.
Yep.
And the straight with filter.
Okay.
And you look like you rolled this one, the straight with filter.
That
Looks
that
pretty
is
good.
identical, just straight with filter. Ladies and gentlemen, I just rolled my very first joint. You will be able to enjoy that one later.
Thank you.
I will now go.
It's dangerous now that I know he can do it.
I will now go and try to wash
Oh,
these
maybe
hands
not.
off.
No.
What?
You know how much money you just dusted all over the table?
Good thing we're
You're
making.
buying the next bag.
Please go to Patreon and support us because I'm
Please.
wasting weed on this show. So Patreon.
That's drug abuse.
At the newbie and the doobie.
That's drug abuse.
$4.20 a month just keeps us on the air. Just consider it drug
Keeps
abuse.
me supplied with your.
All right, we're gonna end there. What a great show that was.
Was a great show.
So happy about that. All right, MJ.
Nice. You're Timmy Boyle.
I am Timmy Boyle. We were trying to work. We're figuring out how do we end our shows.
He forgets every
Okay,
time.
Here we go. Let's do it. I'm Timmy Boyle.
And I'm Mary Jane Baker.
Wait, I want to do it like a news person. I'm Timmy Boyle.
And I'm Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
I like that.
Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at CBGTV.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, lovely.
Good morning. It's October the 23rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy, and how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Al?
Not too bad. Not too bad at all, actually. I can tell you that outside it's a little cool, a little frost, late frost last night, but yeah, I'm doing all right.
We had an incredible lightning and thunderstorm here last night.
Oh, really?
Tons
Sometimes
of
there's a
rain.
Yeah, you sit there and watch that happen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It just lit up my whole house whenever the lightning would go, right? It was pretty incredible.
Dances across the sky. Yeah, they can be pretty quite the performance sometimes by lightning.
Mhm.
So, anything new and exciting before we get into the news?
There's always stuff new and exciting, but then I take up the whole hour. So like I'm getting ready to head back out for the last quarter of my education when it comes to breath work, and that's kind of exciting.
Yes, exactly. For sure. And actually, I never heard of this breathwork stuff until you started talking about it. And sure enough, I see a post online, somebody looking for someone to deal with breathwork.
Yeah. Which is kind of cool because he sent that to me, and one of my classmates lives close to her. So somebody that I studied with lives close to her, and I've got them talking, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that'll work out for both of them.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Talking about updates, we got an update on a story about our third story coming into the day. We have an update on something that happened out west here in Canada, and a group home But our first story of the day is something that I think is very important that people should be able to know. We were talking about a lot of raids and stuff in the mushrooms. And our first story has the headline that lets everybody know what this judge says.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we get started?
We shall.
Okay. Here we go.
There we go. Coming from the Toronto Star. No, you don't have a charter rights to sell magic mushrooms, Ontario judge tells fugitive behind Fun Guys dispensary chain.
Oh, do Canadians have a constitutional right to use and sell magic mushrooms? Consider a legal thought experiment. Many Canadians believe psychedelic substances such as psilocybin can be mind expanding, helping them explore new ways of thinking and creativity. But it's illegal to sell magic mushrooms under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Then again, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms gives all Canadians the rights to freedom of thought. And shouldn't the Charter trump the law?
Oh, yeah. And this is given to us by Mama Earth. So should we be told that we're not allowed to use what grows from our earth? That, at least, was the thinking behind the high-profile court gambit launched by Samir Akil, one of the now fugitives behind the Fun Guys dispensary chain, in an attempt to overturn Canada's drug laws. This was until this month when an Ontario judge gave Akil his answer. No, the charter does not give you the right to sell magic mushrooms.
The experience of taking a psychedelic drug is what freedom of thought was meant to protect, Judge George Orsini wrote in his decision. Akil's case goes back to 2023 when he was arrested for possession and trafficking at a Fun Guys store in London. Separately, he is also facing charges in a New York Regional Police investigation called Project Magic, which looked into the Fun Guys dispensary organization. In April 2025, the investigation resulted in more than 70 charges laid against 15 people and the seizure of more than $3.5 million worth of psychedelic drugs.
Akil himself is now at large and believed to be in Egypt, according to authorities. He is wanted for several charges, including trafficking psilocybin, identity fraud, and possession of property obtained by crime. The Fun Guys chain of illegal operating mushroom dispensaries at one point had 30 locations across Ontario and Quebec. In interviews, the management of the organization has been open that the goal is to mimic the path of illegal or, old school legacy is the word that we like to use, cannabis dispensaries played in helping push towards legalization.
Yeah, I've lost you. You got to move the screen.
Okay.
There you go. What we're doing is completely illegal. Akil told the CTV London reporter in a 2023 interview that was cited in Orsini's decision. It says that what we're doing is a medical protest. It's an act of disobedience to get magic mushrooms legalized. We are trying to help people and give them access that the government can't provide.
Akila, who has a small tattoo of a mushroom under his eye, has repeated similar sentiments in interviews with the Star, expressing his passion for psilocybin and helping others access it. In Canadian law, you have an absolute right to challenge any law which you're charged, says Paul Lewin, who is Akel's lawyer for this constitutional challenge. Go, Paul. Explaining his client's motivation that people can't access psilocybin despite a legitimate right to use it. As for his absence from court, Lewin said, without elaborating, that Akil would like to be in Canada to face the charges and support this challenge, but has left the country because of threats to his life.
Oh, for Akil, if the laws against trafficking were struck down, it could void his trafficking charges. The court heard from 3 psilocybin users who spoke about their positive experiences and from psychedelic experts for both sides of the case. The court also heard from the professor of physiology who spoke about efforts to help define the legal concept of freedom of thought for the United States.
The
United
Crown,
Nations. United Nations.
the Crown described the challenge as an attack on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, arguing that freedom of thought is meant to protect against state intrusion, manipulation, and punishment of thought, and does not create an entitlement to alter one's thoughts by using psychoactive medicines. If Akil's version of the law were accepted, then limited access to anything that affected mental activity would constitute infringement of freedom of thought, which cannot be the law, the Crown said.
Now, Orsini's 42-page decision includes a sprawling decision of the nature of psilocybin and the definition of what a thought is under the law. Although we found that psilocybin could provide mind-altering experiences that change people's perceptions, the thought-related effects of psilocybin are random and cannot be predicted in advance.
To the extent I agree with the Crown that psilocybin is not a precise tool for thought, Orsini wrote. He also cautioned that the science on psilocybin is still in its early stages, and in particular, its long-term health effects are unclear. Good Lord. Absent a valid medical purpose, our law does not recognize the right to consume controlled substances, the judge wrote. I'm like really being taken back to pre-cannabis legalization. If they think that they're avoiding it by whatever decision they've made just here, I mean, all they're doing is mirroring what happened. We've heard all of this about cannabis. All of it.
Now, speaking to the Star by phone, Lewin said he plans to appeal the decision, which he called deeply flawed. In particular, he said he takes issue with Orsini's finding that psilocybin doesn't have a predictable effects as a tool of thought. The process of thinking is inherently unpredictable. That was my thought too when we went over that sentence when the judge mentioned that.
Yeah. In a follow-up statement, he emphasized that for 3 users who testified, psilocybin transformed their lives for the better, making them better, more well-adjusted people. He continued, psilocybin is a freedom of thought tool, and access to freedom of thought tools subject to reasonable limits cannot be prohibited. Go, Paul Lewin, because you're not just speaking up for psilocybin, you're speaking up for all psychedelics. Yeah. Let's go.
As for the illegal mushroom dispensaries, they continue to operate brazenly in several locations across the city. Many fungi locations have been raided by the police, but they generally reopen quickly afterwards. Now, the York Region Police investigation into the fungi's organization came after a number of judges' decisions laminated that it was usually front-facing clerks with little knowledge of the dispensary's business who were the ones getting arrested. That's the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it's a profit-driven machine that is blatantly committing criminal activity, hiding behind, oh, we're trying to push for legalization. This is coming from Mike Cook. And he told the Star earlier this year. Good Lord. Many illegal mushrooms dispensaries have come under attack over the past few years, usually in the middle of the night, with shots being fired at locations, cars being driven through front doors, or arsons being sent.
Yeah. Only heard about those patients getting benefits. Only heard that once or twice in that article, whereas violent end of things.
Yeah. And I'm, like I sit here before you. I mean, like cannabis mushrooms were the first 2 medicines that I used. I mean, cannabis got me sober and mushrooms helped me start to heal and showed me the way to other psychedelics that did major things for me, including breath work, which is, not even a substance, but it is a beautiful medicine.
Yeah. Like I said, I had never heard of it until you had mentioned it. And I thought, yeah, breath work. We'll have to get some more information out of that down as time goes on. All right, talking about time to get on to the next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from StratCan, BCLDB temporarily suspends direct delivery, reporting requirements during strike.
The BC Liquor Distribution Branch is granting temporary suspension of its reporting requirements for its direct delivery program. This decision applies to the remainder of the strike affecting LBD cannabis wholesale operations. Now, the LBD sent a message to the industry about the changes on Friday, October the 17th, with the goal of reducing the administrative burden on BC licensed producers taking part in the direct delivery program. The program is limited to BC cannabis companies that produce less than 3,000 kilograms of dried, unpackaged cannabis on an annual basis.
Producers will still be required to continue tracking all sales made during this time and report them once the strike action is resolved as follows. Sales for reporting periods already closed must be reported to the LDB within 5 business days of the resumption of LDB cannabis wholesale operations, and sales from the current reporting period can be reported according to the regular reporting schedule, for example, within 15 days of the end of the month.
Markup on all sales will be calculated and debited from producer accounts once sales are processed. The current reporting period refers to the time period when the strike ends. This means that if wholesale operations were to resume any time before November the 14th, sales would be due by November the 15th, which is the regular reporting schedule. September sales would be due within 5 business days of the restart. However, if operations resume on or after November the 15th, October sales would be due within 5 business days of the restart, along with the September sales.
Wow. Walker Patton, a founder of the BC Cannabis Alliance, which worked with the LDB to create the temporary change, praised the LDB for its swift response. This is good news, and we'd like to give the BC LDB some credit here, said Patton. After we reached out, they gave us some timely advice on how we should make our request. We followed that advice, and our formal request was approved just a few days later. That level of support was a little unexpected and makes us feel good about how these dynamics are evolving.
Still, he highlights that the Alliance and others in the industry continue to advocate for the long-term goal of removing the province's 15% proprietor fee for direct delivery entirely. Yeah, I agree. BC charges the same 15% fee for those using the direct delivery program as if charges those going through the province's central delivery system, despite the province never even touching the product. Like, this is just insane. Charging, yeah.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. They're doing nothing but, yeah. Ultimately, the key issue here remains the BC LBD's 15% priority charge. At the time when BC small producers really stepped up for the province, we'd like to see the government consider some form of markup relief to support the industry, similar to what was done to invest into the BC craft beer industry in 2016 and the wine industry in 2024. I mean, really, I agree with what you said. And what popped in my mind as I was reading is, you know, like that 15% is to pay for the building that they're keeping it in, the vehicles that are using that to be shipped, etc.
The staff that they would have hired, all that stuff.
That's not coming into it at all. That shouldn't even be a part of it. Like, yeah. So that was just popping into my mind. I had to get it out of my mouth. Cannabis producers in BC have been calling for changes to what BC calls its proprietary fee since the direct delivery program was first launched in 2022, amidst a similar strike that also shut down the province's central cannabis warehouse.
The BC Government Employees Union launched their most recent strike on September the 2nd. And on September the 22nd, the strike expanded to include the LBD's cannabis warehouse, once again halting all incoming shipments from producers and outgoing shipments to more than 500 retailers in the province. Now, in October, the strike expanded to also include all 40 provincial-run BC cannabis stores. Now, the BC GEU and the BC government entered into mediation on October the 18th to seek a resolution between the two parties. The widespread job action seeks to address wage demands from the union, which represents 34,000 BC public service workers. It is seeking a 2-year deal with 4% raise for the first year and 4.2% the second year. And the BC government has been offering 3.5% over 2 years.
Yeah, the union said on October 21st that it had reached an agreement with the employer on several important issues, with discussions ongoing.
So there you go. Still ongoing. It's not over yet. It's still ongoing. Maybe they're making some space or making some headway on things, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, before I forget, you know, we do the news, we cover things all the time, right? You know, one thing we didn't talk about in the news. We didn't talk about last week, and I didn't talk about it on Thursday. 7th anniversary of cannabis legalization has come and gone.
Yes. Yeah. And look at how far it has actually come in the last 7 years. Like, I mean, when it started and the rules and the product that was on the shelves was, you know, and now it's come a long way. We both have enjoyed cannabis coming from legal sources, and it's not all bad anymore.
It's yeah, it has evolved, and it still needs updating.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, right? Like, and I recognize that as well.
Yeah.
But I also recognize how far the laws have come, and how far, you know, the fact that they've allowed more producers, small producers, craft producers, producers that don't use pesticides, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
It's you know, we've come a long way. Still a long way to go, but we've come a long way.
Exactly. All right. Time for us to move on. And here comes the next story.
Coming to us from CBC, Spirit Rising House fined $35,000 for giving cannabis to kids in care in Winnipeg. Charges against owners stayed.
Yes, this is a follow-up of a story that we did months ago, and I was surprised and glad to see it in the news today, so we can find out what happened in the end. But it says that all charges against the owners of a foster agency that gave cannabis to children in care were stayed on Tuesday after a plea bargain was reached that saw the organization Spirit Rising House plead guilty and pay a $35,000 fine. John Bennett, Christine Ormiston, Ian Rabb, and Kelly Register, the owners of the Spirit Rising House, were charged in September 2024 with distributing illicit cannabis and providing cannabis to a young person.
Charges against 3 others who worked for the agency were also stayed on Tuesday. Significant discussions led federal crown and lawyers for Spirit Rising House to reach a joint recommendation, courts heard.
Spirit Rising House, the corporation, pleaded guilty under the Federal Cannabis Act to distributing cannabis as an organization. Now, Spirit Rising House was a Winnipeg-based for-profit company that ran foster homes and 2 specialized group homes for 34 high-risk youth in child and family services care.
It closed in March of 2024 after an internal investigation by Southeast Child and Family Services found at-risk children in the company's care were being given cannabis as a means of harm reduction. The agreed statement of facts read in court by federal Crown Attorney Alana Parishin said the 4 owners each had a 25% share in the Spirit Rising House.
Now, the Winnipeg police began investigating the homes in February following a Southeast investigation, and several search warrants were executed. Now, according to the agreed statements of facts, it says, the evidence collected established that Spirit Rising House was supplying cannabis, both illicit and dispensary, to youth in their care to manage their behavior.
Ormiston, Bennett, and Register endorsed this form of harm reduction and supplied cannabis to several homes, Parishin said. Rabb was aware staff were providing cannabis to the children in care, court heard.
Staff were told by the owners that they had permission from Child and Welfare Services to give cannabis to the youth, but that was not true, the court heard. 2 of the 34 youth had medical prescriptions for cannabis. Provincial Court Judge Kushman Sharma asked the Court Crown what factors went into recommending a fine of $35,000.
I don't think there's evidence that individuals who were operating this organization were intending to hurt anyone, Parishin said. I think they went about it in the wrong way.
Parishin says they didn't consult with a physician or provide treatment program for the youth. Richard Olson, one of the lawyers for Spirit House Rising, said the fine will be paid by the end of the day from a check that has been held in trust.
You know, it was the intention of this corporation to do well for the youth that they had, Olson told the judge, and they wanted to prevent the youth from going to the streets for harder drugs. These were some high-risk children. They had addictions. The streets were dangerous to them. And Sharma accepted the joint recommendation.
Yep, there you go. So they weren't just giving them cannabis so they could go out and get high. They were using it to help
harm reduction.
Yeah, it sounds like it was only like 1 or two of the children, but yeah. It was there to.
And they're not telling us the exact ages of these children. I mean, like, were they children? Were they young adult teenagers? Were they, how old were these kids? 2 of them had prescriptions. Was somebody outside, like somebody who didn't have a prescription? Like we weren't given all of the information, but it was used as a medicine for harm reduction.
Right.
And, we know that cannabis works as a harm reduction medicine.
Yeah, and from the way I took it there at the end, the judge, took that into account, the fact that they were using it for harm reduction, and it wasn't just something they were giving to them willy-nilly.
Willy-nilly, yeah.
Yeah. So, all righty, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last story before we go to break. Here we go.
Coming to us from where are we? Green State Field Guide newsletter.
Green State.
No, Green State. We are. Yeah, I had a pop-up. Trump could reschedule cannabis this month, sources say.
The cannabis community has been on the edge of its seat as the federal government considers moving the plant to a less restrictive status. President Trump hinted in August that a decision on rescheduling would be coming within a few weeks. But 2 months later, the administration is still mum. The posting of a pro-CBD video to Trump's social media sent the industry into a frenzy, and many believing it would be a clue for what's to come. Now the president's staff is hinting that those suspicions may have been correct. An unnamed White House spokesman told the Free Press a decision on rescheduling is likely by the end of the year, but could come as soon as this month. Another anonymous White House official admitted rescheduling is good politics, given that the majority of Republicans favor legalization.
When it comes to rescheduling, many within the president's orbit indicate signs pointing to yes. Alex Briswitz, a Trump advisor, told the Free Press moving cannabis to Schedule 3 is a politically savvy move. He added, it's a meaningful compromise since the plant would remain a controlled substance but allows for more testing for medicinal purposes. He did, however, admit that he has not discussed the topic with the president. Earlier this year, 2 cannabis industry professionals with the president's ear proclaimed Trump would keep his campaign promise to ease federal restrictions on the plant. One of them was Kim Rivers, CEO of Trulieve, a massive multi-state operator in the cannabis market. The Florida-based businesswoman attended at least 2 inauguration events this past February and has reportedly met with Trump on the topic of cannabis reform.
Meanwhile, Trump announced the appointment of a Michigan-based cannabis entrepreneur as a special envoy to Iraq. Mark Savella is the founder of Leaf and Bud, a chain of dispensaries once criticized for its aggressive marketing tactics. While Savella is likely not using his cannabis knowledge in his new position, it's hard to imagine he has not discussed the topic with the president, given the considerable amount of time they have spent together. Despite go ahead.
Despite the rumors, it remains to be seen if the president will reclassify cannabis. Only time will tell how the administration will move. But at this point, many cannabis advocates are hopeful.
Yeah, I've talked to a couple down in the U.S. They're hopeful, but there's the odd time I do hear them saying, "Uh-oh." I sort of look at it as, actions can speak louder than words because of the people that he has appointed.
Yeah.
But you just never know, sharing that video of the CBD end of things. He's talked positive about the medicinal end. Who knows? Maybe he'll just federally legalize medicinal cannabis and not recreational.
A step forward is a step forward is a step forward. And I hope that he makes a move.
It's got to be, something's got to be done. It's just ridiculous. So, all righty. Talking about getting things done. It's time for us to take a break and time for us to medicate. We'll be right back after that session. We are live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. I was wondering whether I was going to say I'm back.
I spilled tea on me during the opening credits, so I just finally got a chance to run off and get rid of wet clothing. So
spilled tea. That's got to be hot.
It was well, not really hot, but it was near the end of the cup of tea, but still.
Yeah. Okay. Just so you know, just so everybody knows, we got a story in the second half about making cannabinoids. Let's make it that way, cannabinoids with yeast. So we'll have to get to that and find out what's going on there.
I'm excited.
They're all right. Well, I got the next story all lined up and ready to go. Here we go.
Okie dokie. Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, Manitoba cannabis revenue growth outpaces alcohol and gambling.
Good stuff. Canada remains the top legal national cannabis market on the planet, and a glowing example of how countries should approach cannabis public policy and industry regulation. Canada became the second country to adopt national adult use cannabis legalization in 2018 and the first G7 nation to implement the public policy change. Whereas cannabis prohibition policies waste a tremendous amount of limited public resources and generate no public revenue, jobs, or economic stimulus in local economies, a sensible and regulated approach to cannabis commerce helps local governments and communities, including in Manitoba, where the emerging cannabis industry growth is outpacing the growth of other large industries.
Cannabis provided a big revenue buzz for Manitoba liquor and lotteries during the most recent fiscal year, with sales of cannabis flower, extract, and edibles fueling more revenue growth for the Crown Corporation than sales of alcohol or any form of gaming revenue. reported the CBC in its local coverage. Cannabis revenue for liquor and lotteries rose by 16.5 million during the 12-month period ending on March 31st, increasing from 154 million in 23-24 to just over 170 for 24-25, according to the corporation's annual report. The outlet also reported.
We saw continued growth in the number of cannabis stores that has contributed to strong year-over-year profit growth. Manitobans will soon be able to buy cannabis seeds legally and will continually are growing our product catalog to assist Manitoba's private retailers meet the customers' demand according to Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Now, according to the regulatory agency's report, there are now 229 licensed cannabis retailer outlets spread across Manitoba with improved access in rural and city areas, leading to an increase in sales.
MBLL is mandated to secure a safe supply of cannabis and to coordinate the distribution of cannabis to all licensed retailers in the province. MBLL maintains a catalog of available cannabis products, including dried flower, edibles, extracts, and topicals. The cannabis industry has experienced substantial growth since legalization, with competitive pricing, a significant increase in the variety of higher quality products, and a growing number of stores. And this is coming from Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. A separate report published earlier this year found that in 2024, Canada's legal cannabis industry contributed more than 16 billion, a billion with a B, to national GDP, and generated roughly, again with a B, 29 billion in total economic output.
Canada's legal cannabis industry's direct GDP contribution in 2024 was more than that of the forestry and logging sector, breweries, and wineries and distilleries. The report also found that Canada's legal cannabis industry supported over 227,000 jobs across the country in 2024.
I just want to compare numbers just because we can. 2024, Canada's legal cannabis industry contributed more than 16 billion. Whereas if we go in here, forestry and logging was 3.4 billion.
Yeah.
Breweries, so we're only 2.6 billion. Wineries and distilleries didn't even make $1 billion. So yeah,
No.
let's do cannabis.
Yeah, and the thing too that I saw there that was, I thought, small anyways, was the fact that the number of stores in Manitoba wouldn't even probably be equal to what's in Toronto.
Oh no, I think you guys have like over 1,000 within the Toronto.
Well, in Ontario, we're looking at about 1,800.
1,800, and I thought the majority of them were in. When I say like 1,000-ish, I mean like including the suburbs and whatnot.
Oh, the GTA, the whole thing. Yeah, there's a lot of stores. It's just,
yeah, tons of them, and like I mean, really, it can be like you guys have the most, but you're still like it's a big province. The whole province isn't catered to you.
It is a huge problem. It's like it takes, I'm in, I guess you could call it sort of South Central Ontario. And, I'm still 24 hours to drive to Manitoba from here.
That northern, that western northern area of Ontario driving through is just brutal.
Oh, will ever end.
and for that big, vast area, like, I mean, there really isn't much for cannabis stores.
No.
Right. So yeah, it's
Al, he lives in Terrace Bay up north, right? He's 13 hours north of me, and he's got access to one store.
One legal store?
One legal store, yeah. That's it. So, all right, time for us to move on. Next story.
Yeah, coming to us from CNN. I love this. The name of it. Is there more to magic mushrooms than psilocybin?
Good question. Very good question. In a suburb of Vancouver, Canada, a nondescript 3-story building sits alongside a strip of parking lots. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary commercial office space, but inside is something more extraordinary. Rows of shelves stacked with plastic tubs full of magic mushrooms. Mushrooms that contain the hallucinogenic chemical psilocybin. Now, in a year, enough psychedelic mushrooms can be produced here to send 80,000 people on hallucinogenic trips. Psilocybin is a regulated illicit substance in most countries, including Canada. But in this facility, run by Filament Health, the mushrooms are not grown for the black market. They are destined for research and clinical trials. These mushrooms could help determine if something important has been missing from psychedelic research.
Psilocybin is a psychedelic compound that, once broken down by the body into psilocin, activates receptors in the brain to unleash mind-altering experience. After decades of stigmatization, research on psychedelics is finally having a heyday. The research on psilocybin is unveiling its potential to treat challenging mental health conditions like depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and stimulant and opiate use disorders. To date, most scientific research on psilocybin has been done with synthetic versions of the compound, which is 4-ACO-DMT, by the way, not psilocybin from the magic mushrooms themselves. Psilocybin was first synthesized in 1958, and synthetic psilocybin has remained the gold standard for testing due to its consistency and cheap production.
But a small group of scientists posted that the magic of these mushrooms is more than their psilocybin alone. Over a dozen different compounds have been identified in magic mushrooms, and some researchers think certain ones can contribute to the duration and intensity of a psychedelic trip, indicators of a phenomenon referred to as the entourage effect. Cannabis, here we go again. Not only in the laws, but the entourage effect. Now, it says that everybody kind of takes it for granted that, yes, it's the psilocybin that produces all those psychedelic effects, which probably, for the large part, that's true, says Ryan Moss, Chief Science Officer at Filament Health. But you have a lot of different compounds in there that can probably aid or modulate the experience.
Some researchers hypothesize that this entourage effect could also help create better psilocybin-based medicines with benefits like a reduced chance of a bad trip or an increased trip intensity or duration that could aid treatment. But the data are still scarce, and some scientists are skeptical. My unsolicited opinion is that the entourage effect discussion around psilocybin mushrooms is a bit overhyped and not well supported by solid data, says chemist Alex Sherwood of the Usona Institute, who has studied compounds in magic mushrooms.
Filament Health is hoping to add the existing data. It is one of just a handful of companies worldwide that are growing magic mushrooms to produce naturally derived psilocybin medicines that retain the secondary compounds found in the mushrooms. Currently, the company is focusing on research and providing its natural derived psychedelic medicine candidates to dozens of researchers around the world who are rigorously vetting their potential medical merits. Clinical trials with the psilocybin medicines are ongoing to test its effectiveness in conditions like major depression disorder and prolonged grief. Meanwhile, the results of other research projects on secondary compounds are becoming available. While no human trials directly comparing synthetic and extracted psilocybins have been conducted, chemical, biological, and medical researchers are investigating magic mushroom secondary compounds from multiple angles. The emerging data are painting a complicated picture of a group of mushrooms people have been using for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and adding fuel to the debate about whether the entourage effect even exists.
Researchers first coined the term entourage effect in 1998 to hypothesize the possible contribution of secondary pharmacological initiative compounds in cannabis. Upon the discovery of the monoglycerols that inhibited the metabolism of a cannabinoid, today the term is being increasingly used in reference to psilocybin products, which, unlike products in the cannabis industry, are dominated by synthesis. The inclination towards synthetic psilocybin is understandable. Growing Psilocybe cubanis, the most cultivated psychedelic mushroom, is not an easy task. Besides all the regulatory hurdles, these mushrooms are highly sensitive to their environmental conditions and susceptible to contamination. Actually, they're really not that hard to grow.
Right. Even in carefully controlled conditions, each individual mushroom develops variations in its psilocybin content and chemical composition. And on top of all these barriers, magic mushrooms contain a mass fraction of only a few percent psilocybin. These challenges have not discouraged Filament Health to ensure consistency in dosing. The company goes beyond growing its product. After harvest, its mushrooms are dried in a commercial dehydrator before being crushed into a powder. In a proprietary 7-step extraction process, all the non-active compounds like sugars and chitin are removed. What remains is a concoction of psilocybin and secondary alkaloids that mimics the profile of the original mushroom.
The process allows Filament Health to ensure an easily testable, consistent, and stable product that can be more readily administered in clinical tests. Moss and his co-workers at Filament Health believe that this month-long process is worth the effort because they are strong believers in the entourage effect. It's easy to reduce everything down. And I mean, as a chemist, I understand, Moss says, but he thinks the synthetic approach of simply isolating psilocybin is missing a lot of things.
Notably, it misses the dozens of compounds that have been identified in magic mushrooms. Filament Health's PEX-010, the psilocybin drug candidate created from its extraction process, retains 27 different alkaloids. Whether those compounds are medically important remains to be seen. The ones currently commanding the most attention are the ones that, like psilocybin, are triptines. Oh, there's a couple words in here that are nasty. You want to try them?
Yeah, they're tryptamines, and ooh, I'm gonna try this. Baeocystin, norbaecystine, and I don't know.
The compounds are structurally similar to psilocybin, varying by the number of methyl groups pinned into the molecules.
Okay, well, that was interesting words.
Yes.
Some research has found that the metabolite of all of these creates just as strong of a response to a key receptor in the brain as psilocin. But other evidence suggests that norpsilocin is too polar to even cross the blood-brain barrier to reach the right neuroreceptor. Concentrations of these tryptamines in magic mushrooms are also significantly lower than the concentration of psilocybin. Sherwood, who has studied magic mushroom tryptamines, is skeptical. The most compelling evidence suggests that compounds like these don't significantly contribute to the psychoactive effect of these mushrooms.
Beyond tryptamines, researchers have also identified trace amounts of 9 terpenes and half a dozen different carbolines like harmine and harmine. Carbolines are thought to play an important role in ayahuasca, the plant-based psychedelic, and some think they could be important in modulating the duration of magic mushroom strips. But the concentrations of these are thousands of times lower than the ayahuasca, leaving some scientists to caution skepticism. What about the terpenes?
There's definitely, I don't know, but that's interesting. There's definitely a chance that certain compounds could change the action of these mushrooms, says chemist Claudius Lenz of the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, who first identified norpsilocin in magic mushrooms. But I'm more curious with this entourage effect than many of my colleagues. Some of these secondary compounds found in psilocybin mushrooms, like terpenes, have been extensively studied in cannabis. But despite decades of research, the evidence for the entourage effect in cannabis and cannabidiol, more commonly known as CBD, remains scant. A 2020 meta-study concluded that claims of the entourage effect in cannabis are largely unsubstantiated and at times they go against each other. Yeah.
Now, a lack of regulation in cannabis has left space for some claims to be widely used in marketing, such as in whole plant and full spectrum products, which tout the therapeutic claims of the entourage effect. Some researchers are concerned that similar claims could abound in the magic mushroom industry, even as the science is unsettled. I'm surprised about that. I don't think I can't recall hearing that full spectrum and whole plant are just marketing tools and not and not.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I have used straight THC. I have used straight CBD. I have used other products that have that they've extracted, and I get the best working medicine when I use these compounds together.
Yeah, I go looking for live rosin when it comes to or live resin when it comes to vape cartridges. I don't look for distillates.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So, all righty, continue on. Now, where were we? The entourage effect. Now, the state of research into the entourage effect in cannabis spans dwarfs. I think you've already done that, didn't you?
I did, but it was in a different paragraph.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They say it spans decades, dwarfs the emerging work being done on the same effect in psilocybin, but the lack of conclusive evidence has not dampened the enthusiasm of many psilocybin researchers. With the increased scrutiny and security on the mushrooms, a more rigorous, ground-up scientific approach is being taken for psilocybin, some say. Now, according to psychiatrist and psychopharmacologist Bernard Lear, he says that people are so busy making money out of the cannabis that they don't bother to do research with cannabis very much. Yes. But there is much, much more fundamental research on psychedelics than there's ever been on cannabis.
Anecdotal reports have suggested that magic mushrooms can have a stronger intensity and different visual effects than synthetic psilocybin. Those reports intrigued Lear, who set out to conduct some of the first animal tests of the entourage effect in magic mushrooms. You know, I can actually get my hands on the 4-ACO-DMT, which is synthetic mushroom, and I haven't tried it yet, but I'm going to have to do my own experiment, I think. In a 2024 study supported by Paro Biosciences, a biotech company that Lear advises that is developing psychedelic therapeutics, researchers gave one group of mice synthetic psilocybin and others a mushroom extract. By recording the mice's head twitches, they determined that the substances induce similarly intense and long-lasting trips, but they found some differences in how the mice's bodies responded.
When an animal is given a drug, different metabolites accumulate as a result of the drug's interaction with the body. Particularly, the results showed that the extract, which included a number of compounds in addition to psilocybin, created a larger metabolic response. But more surprisingly, Lear says, was the extract's effect on proteins involved in making new connections between brain cells. What we found was that there is a greater production of synaptic protein following administration of mushrooms extract containing psilocybin than there is given in psilocybin alone. The researchers used Western blot analysis to measure synaptic protein production. They say it would appear that mushroom extract increases synaptic plasticity more than psilocybin alone.
It is well known that psilocybin promotes neuroplasticity. In fact, this is why some researchers believe psilocybin's effects can have long-lasting results. But the findings, Lear said, suggest other compounds are at work. Some researchers, Sherwood included, remain skeptical. Both Brian Roth, who is an MD and PhD who studies the pharmacology of psychoactive substances at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and was not involved in the study, believes the results need to be verified using complementary independent methods to measure the proteins.
The differential effect noted on two synaptic proteins is exceeding modest, Roth says, adding that for some protein measurements, no difference was seen. On the whole, I'm always a bit skeptical of findings when Western blot analysis where very small differences are measured. Lear himself notes that the differences in synaptic protein production seen between the synthetic and extracted forms of psilocybin was not statistically significant. Still, Lear suspects tryptamines could be responsible for the increase in synaptic proteins, but at this stage, it's just a hunch.
Further differences between mushroom extracts and synthetic psilocybin were seen in a second study on mice. Lear and his colleagues found the mushroom extract produced a stronger effect on reducing behaviors associated with anxiety than did synthetic psilocybin. But they found mushroom extract and synthetic psilocybin had the same effect on reducing excessive self-grooming, a trait representing OCD. While the study has seen some criticism for its methods and analysis, the findings, if proven, could help demonstrate the potential for targeted strategies using magic mushrooms to treat OCD and anxiety. Tuwari, who's a psychedelics researcher at the Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, says the studies are interesting and should be followed up on, but cautions against directly interpreting the results for clinical use.
There's a lot that needs to be done before we can be sure, they say. We need more comprehensive studies, both preclinical and clinical, in which one tries to tease out the different entourage molecules and find out which of them are making significant contributions. I think that's the biggest challenge of all, Lyra says.
Yeah.
Yeah, this keeps on going. It's quite the story.
It is.
Yeah, do you want to keep going? We should, or I'm looking at the time.
Yeah, it's 11:54. We've got 2 more stories.
Yeah. But
well, 10:50 for you.
Yeah, that exactly. As far as the story goes, maybe
that was a good story.
Those other compounds, some researchers are doubtful, but keep doing research and keep looking.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, like we know that these substances help. We've got a millennia of research if they will accept it, but it's not the scientific research explaining why and how. And these people that do this work, that's what they love to see and figure out.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, let's get on to the next story, get moving. And normally these guys have got a short story, so let's see how this one is. Here we go.
Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, strong support for legalization in the Netherlands.
Yes, it is no secret the Netherlands has long been home to one of the most well-established cannabis communities on the planet. For decades, Amsterdam has served as one of the top international cannabis tourism destinations. While cannabis is and has been technically illegal in the Netherlands, personal cannabis activity has been largely tolerated. In recent years, Amsterdam, and to a lesser extent other parts of the Netherlands, have succeeded popularity among cannabis enthusiasts to other jurisdictions as more countries have modernized the cannabis policy to permit personal cannabis activity.
The cannabis reform movement in the Netherlands has a chance to receive a significant boost as the nation's Dutch House of Representatives elections approach. The election will be held 1 week from today, so on Wednesday, October 29th, 1 week from yesterday. Many political parties reportedly hold favorable views towards cannabis legalization heading into the election. The editors of the Cannabis Voter Guide examined the election manifestos on 19 political parties for their cannabis friendliness for the Dutch House of Representatives elections on Wednesday. The editors also asked the political parties 3 questions to clarify their positions in their manifestos. And this is coming to us from Rights of Foundation of Society and Cannabis, and we're translating from Dutch.
It says, the foundation wrote that 10 parties participating in the Dutch parliamentary elections, ranging from the far left to the far right, want to legalize cannabis. This is evident from the overview of the party's positions on cannabis published today by the Association for the Abolition of Cannabis Prohibition. Striking cannabis legalization isn't a left-wing or a right-wing position, but cuts across both party lines.
Yeah. Amsterdam is amazing because like everybody goes out to the coffee houses.
Yes. Now, as it stands right now, Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, South Africa, and the Czech Republic have adopted national adult use legalization measures. Czechia's legalization law is still set to take effect January the 1st, 2026, and hopefully the upcoming election in the Netherlands will be favorable and further boost the chances of the Netherlands also expressly adopting national legalization.
The Netherlands officially launched its first pilot trials in Breda and Tilburg back in December of 2023. And since that time, the research projects have expanded into other spots, as are listed here. Previous polling found out that 60% of residents in the Netherlands support the nation having a regulated cannabis industry.
Oh, there you go. All righty, now yeast. Let's get into the yeast and the thing. Now, I know we talked briefly before we went live. Now, have you ever heard of this?
This is something new to me.
All right, here we go. You're gonna learn. See, you can be involved all this time and you can still learn something. That's right. Educational news, right?
Woohoo!
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from the Hemp Gazette. Cannabinoids produced from yeast.
That's right. Researchers have been able to get a form of yeast to produce cannabinoids, but much more work needs to be done to generate commercially viable quantities. Yarrow-Lipotica is a non-pathogenic yeast already in wide use, given to its unique physiological and biochemical properties. It's commonly used in food-related applications as an additive. Now, it also has potential in biofuel production, as it can be engineered to accumulate high amounts of lipids, which are feedstock for biodiesel.
Here's a new potential use, the production of cannabinoids through biosynthesis. Well, interesting. The researchers reportedly achieved the de novo biosynthesis of various cannabinoids and their analogs. De novo biosynthesis is the process of creating complex molecules from simple procurer molecules, rather than reusing components from the breakdown of larger molecules. The researchers from various Chinese and Israel universities state our engineered Y-Lipitica produced 3.5 milligrams per liters
CBG.
CBG acid, 18.8 of another acid, 0.5 milligram of cannabinogeneric acid. Additionally, the CBGA titter reached 15.7 milligram per liter with oleic acid supplementation. Wow. This work demonstrates the versatility of this yeast as a promising host for the production of cannabinoids and their analogs, which opens avenues for further research and medicinal applications.
Yeah. Now, CBG acid is a key cannabinoid, acting as a primary precursor for all pentyl side chain cannabinoids, such as THC, CBD, and CBN. Their work claimed to represent the first reported production of these cannabinoids in such a way was published earlier this year in the journal Biodesign Research. Beyond cannabinoids, the researchers say approaches described in their work can also be extended to the biosynthesis of other complex natural products, paving the way for innovative applications in biotechnology and medicine.
Wow. Funding for the research was supported by the National Natural Science Foundation of China. In addition to potentially using yeast as a source for cannabinoids, plants other than hemp and cannabis also contain them. For example, Threma microtum, which is cannabisaceae, which is a common plant in Brazil, is a promising new source of cannabinoids, including CBD.
There you go. Yeah, I had heard about this quite a while ago, about the yeast end of things and how they can pinpoint certain cannabinoids that they want. Now, back then, they were talking about fermenting. Now they're talking about, I guess, biosynthesis and all this other stuff. So,
yeah, wow,
yeah,
very interesting.
Yeast to make your cannabinoids. That way, they don't need to grow the plant. Right?
Still pretty cool.
They can make their own. All righty. Anything else you want to get into?
Oh, I don't think so. It's the weekend coming up, folks. Have a great one.
That's right. Exactly. Well, that's our report for today. Thanks for our buds at the Camel for Lifestyle Shop
Limestone City Hydroponics, and at ease.ca. I'll get it out. Now, in closing, as always, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not curse. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.